the first session of this day, and before I start with the presentation, I would like to request all the coordinators of 13 institutions to ensure that the participants are sitting in the seminar or conference hall, because I am not able to see all the participants in all the centers. In some of the centers, about 4 to 5 teachers are present. Please make sure that all will present, and they will remain in the seminar hall till the session is over. Now friends, all of us are very much aware with the importance of communication. Communication plays a very important role in any organization, even in our day-to-day dealing with our colleagues, family members, etc. Actually, it is a process of achieving understanding between people. And in any organization, large proportion of information is transmitted through two important modes of communication. One is speaking and another is writing. Speaking has got some limitations, because when I'm speaking to you, I'm not sure whether the listeners or the audience are getting across my ideas. Maybe they may receive something different, or they may perceive something different. But written communication is a very reliable method. It is the cheapest method to reach the target population, and it ensures that all receive the same message. So written communication is the best way for putting across a complicated idea, argument, or say the findings of the study, and it ensures that the audience receive the same message and they can read it at their own pace. As far as research methodology is concerned, we are writing research proposal and research report. Research proposal is written before the start of the research project, and this research proposal describes the summary of what you are going to undertake or what you are going to carry out. So it describes what research is to be intended and how it is to be intended, whereas research report describes the completed research, and it is written only once you have carried out the research and you have analyzed the data, and now you are going to report the findings. So this session is particularly about writing research proposal, and my colleague Dr. Bedi will take up research report in the next session. Whether it is research proposal or research report, we need to understand the systematic approach to written communication first. Only then we will come to the research proposal. Friends, basically there are two rules of written communication. One is that it clarifies for both the writer and the reader. You have taken up the research study and you want to ensure that you are on the right track and you are writing it systematically. So that helps you to systematize your own piece of work. And it also helps the other readers who could make use of the findings of your study in their own research. So it helps both the writer and the reader. And the basic purpose is to convey information, to transmit information, to inform others. So these are the two basic. Now coming to a systematic technique of writing any document: research proposal, research report, or it could be a write-up, journal article. So what is the systematic approach? So as a researcher or as a writer, you need to establish the aim, because if you do not know what you are going to achieve through written document, you are not going to get there. So you have to clearly specify what your broad objective and what are your specific objectives to attain the broad objective. You have to be very clear, because that will help you decide the content of your document. So establish the aim. Then as a writer, you need to know who your reader is, what he already knows, what he doesn't know. Accordingly, you will make use of the suitable vocabulary. Devise the structure, how you will proceed, what you will write at the first, then next. So devise the structure. Then you need to draft your text, whether you have written it very well. Edit and revise, very important. It is not that you have written it and it is all. So you have to reread it, you have to edit it, you have to revise it before you make it final. So aim is very important. So you need to first of all establish the aim. For example, for your research study, you have one broad objective, and that you know how you will identify the objective, the problem statement, and then you will write the statement of the objectives. Consider the reader, that is what they already know, affects what you can leave out. What they need to know determines what you include, and what they want to know suggests the order and emphasis of your writing. Because if you know your reader in advance, then meaning will flow very easily. It will be an enjoyable activity. But if you do not know about your reader, then message will not convey, a message will not be conveyed very quickly or easily. So devise a structure. It means you need to do some sort of mind mapping in order to organize your ideas. So mind mapping involves three activities. One is listing. Go on listing the points that you would like to include, this one, this one, this one, this one. Don't evaluate it. So keep this list for some time. Maybe after few hours or maybe on the next day, you again pick up the list and start evaluating whether to include it or not to include it. That is called as sorting. And the third stage is sequencing. So sorting and sequencing are to be done after you have listed all the ideas. So write down all the main ideas, list the subordinate ideas below the main ideas, and avoid any repetition of ideas, so you will sort it. Write a first draft. You have completed the writing, and every paper, every write-up, every document must contain three parts. One is the introduction, second is the body, and third one is the conclusion. And what is introduction? Introduction is basically the first paragraph of your paper or your document, and it begins with a general statement about the topic and ends with a more specific statement of the main idea of your paper. Basically, the purpose of introduction is to make your reader aware about your topic, inform them about your point of view, and arouse their curiosity so that they will want to read about your topic. So you need to introduce, for example, you have taken a study on effect of computer assisted instruction on achievement of students in relation to their learning styles. Now in this case, there are three variables. One is computer assisted instruction, second is achievement, third is learning style. So in the introductory paras, you will give the importance of, or you see conceptual framework of the concept attainment model, the achievement, and the learning styles, and how they are interrelated, or how they are going to, that is how that CIE is going to influence, or you can enhance the achievement of your students. So you need to write down the review of literature also. Body of the paper follows the introduction, and it consists a number of paragraphs in which you develop your idea in greater detail. Now here you have to be very careful while writing paragraphs. Your paragraph should have some limited length, and it should cover one idea. You can go for number of paragraphs, but each paragraph should contain one idea only. That will help your reader understand very well. So don't try to talk about more than one idea in one paragraph. And secondly, while writing paragraphs, you would continually prove your points by using specific examples or illustrations, pictures, diagrams, quotations, etc. And while writing paragraphs, please use familiar vocabulary, because familiar vocabulary conveys sharp message, and that will help, or that will ensure a smooth flow of ideas from paragraph to paragraph. Because our purpose is not to impress upon our readers with the use of bombastic words, but our purpose is to make the message clear. So always keep your reader in mind and use words that the reader of your report or proposal can understand. Now, conclusion of the paper is the last chapter or last paragraph of the paper. Purpose is to summarize your main points, leaving out specific examples. So you are generalizing, or you are restating the main idea of your paper. So there must be three things in any written document: the introduction, the body, and the conclusion. Now you need to revise the first draft. You have written the first draft. Don't submit it unless you are sure that everything is perfect. So try to keep your draft aside for a day or two before revising, because it is easier to view work objectively and see any gaps or problems. Because if you reread your draft immediately after writing the first draft, you may not be able to find out any error. You might have noticed that something you have written last year, and now you read that material and you find that on that day I was very much stupid. This is not my writing. There are so many mistakes. So first draft is ready. Keep that draft for some time. Maybe you ask your colleague to read it and ask him to please critically read it and find and detect any error or any gap. So revising involves rethinking your ideas, refining your arguments, reorganizing paragraphs, and rewording sentences. Give more evidence to support your claims or delete material that is not necessary. Another technique is reading out aloud. It is easier to identify writing that is awkward or unclear when you are reading out aloud. कहाँ पर punctuation है, कहाँ pause देना है, you can find out. Have somebody else read the paper and tell you if there is anything that is confusing, that is not clear. But you have to have willingness to receive feedback. ऐसा नहीं है कि भी उसने कुछ आपको शॉर्टकमीज बताई और आप बोलते हैं कि ये तो आपको तो कुछ आता नहीं है. This is not the way. Please listen to the feedback very patiently and see whether those shortcomings are really worth improving or not. That you may decide later on. Proofread the first final draft. Look for careless errors such as misspelled words, incorrect punctuation and capitalization. बहुत सारे हमने जो हम देखते हैं कि थीसिस जो हैं, एमई थीसिस, पीएचडी थीसिस, रिवीजन के लिए वापस आते हैं. मेनली उसमें स्पेलिंग एरर्स या फॉर्मेटिंग प्रॉपर नहीं है, ग्रामेटिकल मिस्टेक्स हैं. तो जब आप पढ़ रहे हो, you become irritated. So instead of finding out the exact, you can say finding, you are lost in misspelled words or wrong grammar of your paper. हमने जर्नल्स के भी रिव्यू करते हैं तो इतने केयरलेस होते हैं कई जो ऑथर्स हैं, कैजुअल अप्रोच लगाते हैं, अपने स्टूडेंट से लिखवा लिया, ठीक है, स्टूडेंट इज नॉट वेरी केयरफुल, पेपर छपने के लिए गया, वहां से वापस आ जाता है बिकॉज इट हैज गॉट सो मेनी मिस्टेक्स. सो ऑलवेज प्रूफ रीड द फाइनल पेपर विद ए मैग्नीफाइंग ग्लास. I say magnifying glass. There are many ways of proofreading. One is you can read backwards. जैसे for example ये मैंने sentence लिखा हुआ है, draft final the proofread. इस तरह पढ़ने से you will be able to detect the spelling errors. Read one line at a time. आप punctuation देख सकते हो, grammatical mistakes देख सकते हो. Read long words syllable by syllable. Psychology. So in this way you will be able to write words correctly. क्योंकि आप सोचते हैं कि कंप्यूटर की एक फैसिलिटी है जो स्पेलिंग एरर्स डिटेक्ट कर लेती है, लेकिन कई बार हमने देखा है फाइल्स इस तरह से बन जाती हैं कि वो रेड लाइन नहीं देता मिस रॉन्गली स्पेल्ड वर्ड को, बहुत बार देखा है. और कई बार जैसे डिवाइस है या डिवाइस है, देयर इज नो स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक बट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट इज रॉन्ग, वहां पर वो रेड लाइन नहीं आती. तो बेटर है जब आप प्रूफ रीड कर रहे हो तो उसका एक प्रिंट आउट लीजिए, उसको अच्छे से 1 by 1 लाइन पढ़िए, क्योंकि अगर आपके पेपर में टेक्निकल फ्लॉ नहीं है, एवरीथिंग इज ओके, बट द लैंग्वेज इज वेरी पुअर, आपका जो पेपर है वो ट्रैश में जाएगा. सो इट इज वेरी हार्ड टू spot error on a computer, so take a print out to proofread. Spell grammar checkers do not always catch errors. While proofreading, check for clarity. Use easily understandable words, those words which themselves give direction. Avoid very obscure words. ऐसा ना हो कि आपको आपके ऑडियंस को या रीडर को डिक्शनरी खोल के बैठना पड़े. तभी मैंने बोला कंसीडर द रीडर फर्स्ट. हु इज गोइंग टू रीड योर रिपोर्ट, अकॉर्डिंगली आप वोकैबुलरी का इस्तेमाल करेंगे. देयर आर डिफिकल्ट वर्ड्स लाइक aforementioned. So the easy word is already discussed. Supersede, simple word is replace. Attached herewith, simple word is attached. Issuance, send. Cognizant, no. And avoid abbreviations, acronyms, jargons. Thesis में या synopsis में, proposal में आप list of abbreviation पहले ये जो शुरू में जो इंफॉर्मेशन होती है उसमें आप, जैसे आपने एक्नॉलेजमेंट्स लिखा या से आपने कंटेंट्स पेज लिखा, राइट, लाइकवाइज यू कैन हैव वन पेज मेंशनिंग अबाउट लिस्ट ऑफ एब्रिविएशंस. लेकिन टाइटल में, जो पेपर का टाइटल है, उसमें एब्रिविएशन नहीं आनी चाहिए, उसमें फुल फॉर्म में लिखना है. यूज वर्ब्स in the active voice rather than having passive sentences, because active sentences convey sharp message, whereas passive sentence is longer than active sentence but it is confusing. Let me give you one example. Overtime is favored by hourly workers. It's a passive sentence. This is एक्टिव सेंटेंस, आवरली वर्कर्स फेवर ओवर टाइम। तो ये शॉर्ट भी है एंड इट कन्वेज मैसेज वेरी शार्प। चेक फॉर कंसाइजनेस। Limit your paragraph length. Let me illustrate you with one example. Version 1 I am showing you. Please read it out. You will find it is very confusing. You are not able to find out what do you want to do, what is there in the paragraph. Let me read. To maintain proper stock balance of respirators and canister elements and to ensure the identification of physical limitations which may negate an individual's fit test, a GBC 16 respirator request and issue record will need to be submitted for each respirator requested for use. अब देखिए एक ही सेंटेंस है इतना लंबा, इसको हम ब्रेक डाउन करते हैं and have the smaller sentences. Look at the second version. You read out. I have written, please submit a GBC 16 respirator request and issue record for each requested respirator. We then can maintain proper respirator and canister element stock balances. We also can identify limitations which may negate an individual's previous fit test. ये देखो तीनों सेंटेंस कितने शॉर्ट लिखे हुए हैं और पहला जो पैराग्राफ है इट्स वेरी कंफ्यूजिंग. So check for conciseness. Another is avoid words ending with shun sound. I want to take into consideration the following. Longer sentence. Instead of writing this sentence, you simply write consider the following. Came to the conclusion, simply write concluded or decided. Make revisions. Avoid camouflaged word. जो मेन एम्फेसिस है वो अननेसेसरी वर्ड्स के बीच में दब जाता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, with the exception of. Now the emphasis is on except, but there are unnecessary words with the, shun of. So simply write except. Make an amendment to. Simple amend. Thanking you in advance. बहुत बार हम लेटर्स में लिखते हैं thank you. For the purpose of discussing, simply write discuss. And omit unnecessary words, redundancies. For example, during the year of 2009. I think during the year of is not required. The year of not required. So simply say during 2009. We write needless to say. When it is needless to say, then why say? Likewise, the results so far achieved proved. Result तो achieve होने के बाद ही prove करते हैं, तो this is not needed. Likewise, हम letters लिखते हैं, बाहर जाती हैं. We simply write this has reference to your letter number so and so, dated so and so on the subject mentioned above. I think this has is not required. Simply start with reference to your letter number on the subject, because subject ऊपर mention हो चुका है. The mentioned above is not are not required. So simply you can begin your application with reference to your letter number dated so and so on the subject. Avoid wordy phrases. Enclosed, please find with. Simply enclosed is in accordance with, simply according to. I am in receipt of, received. A great number of times, often. And check for accuracy. कई बार हम पुराने थीसिस में से कुछ रिव्यू उठा लेते हैं. अगर उसने ईयर में रॉन्ग लिखा हुआ है या ऑथर के नेम में स्पेलिंग में मिस्टेक है, वो कैरी फॉरवर्ड करता है. प्लीज एक्सेस द एक्चुअल सोर्स. एंड ऑल्सो बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस देखिए कि ये जो इंफॉर्मेशन दी जा रही है वेदर इट इज ऑथेंटिक और नॉट, because your report, your proposal is going to be read by so many people, so it must present correct information, accurate information. ऐसा नहीं है कि हम कुछ रॉन्ग इंफॉर्मेशन देंगे और एग्जामिनर को पता नहीं चलेगा. बहुत बार एग्जामिनर्स ने जो हमारी कमियां हैं, शॉर्ट कमिंग है, वो डिटेक्ट की हैं, और थीसिस जो हैं या जर्नल के आर्टिकल्स हैं, पेपर्स हैं, वो रिवाइज होने के लिए आए हैं. वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल. नाउ कमिंग टू राइटिंग रिसर्च प्रपोजल. ये तो मैंने आपको बताया, चाहे आप रिपोर्ट लिखें, प्रपोजल लिखें, एप्लीकेशन लिखें, चैप्टर लिखें, इवन ईमेल लिखें. So this is the systematic approach to written communication. Now, what is a research proposal? Again, it is a document which is written by a researcher who provides a detailed description of the proposed work. That is a detailed statement of the intent, beginning with the introduction, the rationale, why he is taking up this study, writing the objectives, the hypothesis, selecting the research design, writing for sampling technique, measuring instruments, procedure, time frame, that is scheduling, और statistical techniques कौन सी लगाएंगे. Because that synopsis, if you have written it very well, provides you direction. मैं आपको अपना एग्जांपल देता हूँ. I started doing my PhD in 1985. I got enrolled myself in December 1985. मेरे साथ there were 4 more friends, उन्होंने भी साथ ही शुरू किया. मेरे सुपरवाइजर मुझे लाइब्रेरी भेजते थे. उस समय ऑनलाइन जर्नल्स बहुत कम थे, ओनली हार्ड कॉपीज वर अवेलेबल. लाइब्रेरी में जाना, काफ़ी कुछ सर्च करना, लिखना, गाइड के पास जाना, नहीं 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 इसमें ये नहीं, इसमें ये है, इसमें ये है, इसमें ये है. बिलीव मी, मेरे को 9 to 10 months लगे प्रपोजल बनाते बनाते. बहुत बार इरिटेट भी हुआ कि जो मेरे फ्रेंड्स हैं जिन्होंने मेरे साथ स्टार्ट किया था, दे हैव स्टार्टेड वर्किंग, उनका सिनॉप्सिस भी अप्रूव हो गया विद इन 3-4 months, और मेरे 10 महीने लग गए. फ्रेंड्स, मेरे वो जो फ्रेंड्स थे उनको 7 to 8 years लगे थीसिस कंप्लीट करने में, एंड आई कुड कंप्लीट इन 2 years and 3 months, क्योंकि मेरे को डायरेक्शन सारी क्लियर थी. उनको डायरेक्शन नहीं थी, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ ले लिया लेकिन उनको कंसोलिडेट करने में बहुत मुश्किल आई. तो यहां पर सिनॉप्सिस के समय जितनी, जिसको बोलते हैं रगड़ाई होनी चाहिए उसकी स्कॉलर की, उतनी कम है, क्योंकि उससे उसको एक क्लियर कट डायरेक्शन मिलेगी कि उसको कहां जाना है. सो इट इज ए डिटेल्ड स्टेटमेंट ऑफ इंटेंट. इट प्रेजेंट्स एंड जस्टिफाइज ए प्लान ऑफ एक्शन and shows the investigation plan. Many terminologies are given to mean a research proposal depending upon why the research is carried out. Some people say it is a research outline, it is synopsis of research, PhD के लिए, plan of research, और research or project proposal और thesis plan. कुछ भी term use कीजिए. It's a blueprint of future activities of a research project. तभी इसको फ्यूचर टेंस में लिखा जाता है. जैसे मैं लिखता हूं ऑब्जेक्टिव, द स्टडी विल बी कैरिड आउट टू अचीव द फॉलोइंग ऑब्जेक्टिव. एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च मेथड विल बी एम्प्लॉयड व्हेन आई से रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी. और रिसर्च रिपोर्ट में, बिकॉज इट इज ए कंप्लीटेड रिसर्च यू हैव ऑलरेडी कैरिड आउट, यू विल से, उसको पास्ट टेंस में लिखेंगे. ओके. So a blueprint of future activities of a research project. It's some sort of preconceived framework for starting the activities. क्योंकि कुछ आपके पास फ्रेमवर्क होना चाहिए तभी you will start carrying out the activity. एकदम से कोई काम आया immediately you won't start. Even you see, you cannot go to classroom and start teaching. Planning is essential. Lecture plan, all of us prepare, because planning keeps the teacher on the track. Planning avoids the danger of covering more subject matter than the student can absorb. Planning avoids the danger of running out of the material. While preparing a lecture plan at home or in your chamber, you can also anticipate the likely question that the student may ask from you. So then only you become more confident. You can face your audience very well. So likewise, you have to have some framework before you start doing anything. You have to do some planning. So it deals with the ideas of researcher about what research he or she wants to do, what objectives or methodology he has set, how much time he requires, what resources he requires to complete it, and how the research findings are to be reported. Likewise, many things. Generally, a proposal is written for various purposes. For example, you want to obtain budget from some agency, or certification requirement for research from an institutional review committee if the experiment is to be done on human beings or animals, or approval of RDC. अभी PhD के लिए every research scholar is to submit the proposal. Proposal is presented in front of research development committee, and the members of the research development committee provides him feedback. He may change something, he again submits. So the approval is granted by RDC, and individuals or a research institute's formal offer to produce a product, इसके लिए भी बनाना पड़ता है, or render service to a client in response to a request from the client. हमने recruitment अभी पीछे किया किसी एजेंसी का, they have asked for the proposal, that is how you will go about, how much money you will take, what methodology you will follow. So it means we have to prepare a proposal and we have to submit to the agency. If the agency is satisfied, only then they provide us funds. So it's a work plan, it's a prospectus, it is an outline or statement of intent ahead. It specifies what you will do, how you will do, and how you will interpret the results. In approving the proposal, the research development committee or the funding agency gives their best judgment that the approach to the research is reasonable and likely to yield the anticipated result. And they implicitly agree that they will accept the result as adequate for the purpose of granting a degree. So both parties benefit from an agreed upon plan. मैंने प्लान बनाया, उन्होंने फंड करना है, they see to it. और क्योंकि मैंने बनाया है उसमें क्लैरिटी है तो वो एकदम अपने टारगेट पे पहुंचेगी. So research proposal describes in nutshell what you will do, why it should be done, how you will do it, and what you expect will result. So being clear about these things from the beginning will help you complete your thesis timely. मैंने अभी आपको अपना एग्जांपल दिया. Whereas a vague, a weak or fuzzy proposal can lead to a long, painful and often unsuccessful thesis writing exercise. इसीलिए proposal stage पे you have to spend lot of time, you have to exert energy, time. Okay, so before start writing, first of all ask few questions from yourself. Do I have the clear research question? Even मैं आपसे सवाल पूछता हूँ, what are Newton's laws of motion? ये एक कंटेंट है, वेरी वेग. आपसे मैं सवाल पूछता हूँ, one of you will give the statement of three laws, one of you will give the example, one example each for the three laws, another one will give two examples each of the three laws. So it means it is not clear. I can make it clear by stating, describe each of three Newton's laws of motion with one example. So do I have the clear research question? अभी पीछे आपने एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च में कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव्स या रिसर्च क्वेश्चन प्रेजेंट किए थे, तो मैंने आपको बताया था कि इसमें क्लैरिटी नहीं है. तो एक ऑब्जेक्टिव में एक ही चीज होनी चाहिए, सो दैट यू कैन मेजर इट वेरी स्पेसिफिकली. डोंट put two things or three things in one objective. You can formulate 3-4 objectives. Have I read broadly and deeply in that area? पूरा literature छान मारो, books, concepts. You can discuss with your friends, you can discuss with your guide, you can discuss with other teachers also जिनसे आप guidance नहीं ले रहे. There is no harm. Have I discussed the topic with my peers? Have I enough time and fun to start? तो कई बार उस रिसर्च एरिया में आप जा रहे हो जहां पर you have to develop many things, but you don't have much time. ME thesis 6 months का है, और अगर उसमें आप डेवलपमेंट कुछ ले लेंगे, it may take 1 year or 1.5 year, and even as a student you don't have enough money. Your college is not going to finance your project. So have I enough time and fun to start? And do I feel support from my faculty and my friends? And secondly, what it should contain, that depends upon your research question. That is, what do you want to do? Why do you want to do? Why is it important? Who has done similar work? How are you going to do it? And how long will it take? Now, how to write a research proposal? As I told you in the beginning, it is intended to convince others that you have a worthwhile research project and that you have the competency and the work plan to complete it. आप में से बहुत सारे कॉलेजेस ने DST से ग्रांट लिया है, तो प्रपोजल बना के भेज दिया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आपको फंड्स मिल जाएंगे. यू हैव टू प्रेजेंट द प्रपोजल, you have to give justification, you have to give rationale, and you have to also convince them with your competency. Generally, it should contain all the key elements involved in the research process and include sufficient information for the readers to evaluate the proposed study. Regardless of your research area and the methodology you choose, all research proposal must address two questions: what you plan to accomplish, why you want to do it, and how you do it. So means objective, before that justification, what is the research gap, and then the methodology. So what you plan to accomplish, that is objectives, and objectives are based upon why, that is rationale, justification you have to give, and the procedure. So you must have your friend so that he can review and evaluate your completed proposal before you submit. Revise your proposal based upon the feedback, ये मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया है, and ensure that you have not copied the material या आपने उसको रेफर किया है, उसका रेफरेंस दिया है. So try to avoid plagiarism, and many anti-plagiarism softwares are available. और कई सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज जो हैं वो रिसर्च स्कॉलर और सुपरवाइजर से एक एफिडेविट भी लेती है that This is their own research work and they have not taken anything from other source. अगर लिया है तो उसको रेफर किया है. Okay. Types of research proposal. One is action research proposal. That is, you want to solve immediate problem. So generally it is prepared by teachers and administrators, those interested in solving or exploring practical problems with their institutions. For example, I have noticed that in my classroom, students drawings are very poor. So that is bothering me. So I take up a small piece of research study to look for the reasons why their drawings are very poor. So I will prepare a research proposal for carrying out this action research. Audience will include researchers and other relators with this study. Another is funding request proposal. You have sent to AICT or DST. So prepared for the purpose of obtaining financial support. Purpose is to influence someone to allocate funds to your organization. So it's a formal proposal, very specific in terms of problem statement, rationale, as well as specific procedure and instruments. Must be accurate, complete, written to conform to the guidelines which the other funding agency has given to you, because sometimes AICT provides you the format of research proposal. DST provides you different types of format, so you have to conform to the format provided by the funding agency. Audience is the people who will make selection or funding decision. Length varies, generally from 15 to 50 pages. Thesis or dissertation proposal, जिसको synopsis भी बोलते हैं. So it is written by student pursuing master or doctoral degree. Focus is on meeting the planning needs and requirements of a particular university or college. जो format उनका है उसको follow करेंगे. So you have to follow the guidelines which are issued by university. Font size, line spacing, left right margin, okay, then decimal classification और upper lower जो heading है वो किस तरह का होना चाहिए, and have strong emphasis on background research and problem formulation along with the procedures used for data collection and analysis. And the proposal, this thesis proposal, is going to be read by professors or group of professors as reviewers or advisors or evaluators. आपने proposal submit किया RDC में, professors from different institutions they come together and they evaluate and they provide the feedback. So components of a research proposal are why, and why is based upon review of literature followed by the statement. What means the research questions, that is objectives and hypothesis. How means the methodology, which may take selection of research method, instrument, data collection techniques, and the techniques of data analysis. And who is going to carry out research? It can be an individual person or group of persons can do. And when, that is the schedule is also to be given. पहले 6 महीने में क्या करेंगे, अगले 6 महीने में क्या करेंगे. इसी तरह यूनिवर्सिटी जो है वो प्रोग्रेस रिपोर्ट भी PhD स्कॉलर से मांगती हैं. Say from 1 January to 30th June, what activities he has taken, and it is to be countersigned by the supervisor. 1 जुलाई से 31 दिसंबर तक क्या क्या किया है और क्या वो आपने जो प्लान दिया था, शेड्यूलिंग दी थी, and while conducting are you sticking to that schedule. And this is the format of a research proposal. The research proposal will begin with the title page, then followed by introduction, statement of the problem, giving the justification, significance, or the rationale, and scope and delimitation of your study. That your research is limited to this. Here you have another heading on review of literature, followed by objectives of the research and the hypothesis. You have to also provide the operational definitions of various terms used in the problem statement. For example, effect of problem-based learning on achievement in digital electronics. What do I mean by PBL? What do I mean by achievement? And what do I mean by digital electronics? तो उनकी ऑपरेशनल डेफिनेशन देनी कि आपके थीसिस में इन तीनों का क्या रेफरेंस है, बिकॉज पीपल मे हैव डिफरेंट परसेप्शन अबाउट दीज थ्री टर्म्स, लेकिन आप अपने थीसिस में उनको क्या कैसे उसको ले रहे हो, उसको वेरिएबल को डिफाइन करें. जैसे मैंने बोला effect of problem based learning on achievement of students in digital electronics, then I will say digital electronics, the content selected from digital electronics subject being offered to students of Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communication, okay, first semester या third semester या seventh semester. Achievement digital electronics में जो कंटेंट हमने सेलेक्ट किया, स्टूडेंट्स परफॉर्मेंस इन दोज आइटम्स, ओके, so that I will see. Okay, so another is the methodology which is used, you will be using, for example, which research design you will employ, and what are the samples, and how the sample will be drawn from a large population, okay, and then you will also give about the description of measuring instrument, that in my study I will be taking up these tools for collection of the data, and if the tools are not available, then I will be developing those tools, isn't it? So then you have to write down what statistical techniques you will employ for analysis of the data, work plan, that is time schedule, budget estimate, organization of the report, यानी आपका जो चैप्टर है वो कैसे कैसे होंगे, conclusion, and bibliography references appendix. Now let me give you the detailed information about all these things. Title page. State title of your planned dissertation followed by the name of the organization to whom it is to be submitted. For example, if it is for ME thesis, you will start with the title of the that problem statement, followed by a research proposal submitted to, say, Punjab University in partial fulfillment to the requirement of Master of Engineering program. And your personal data like your name, your position, your work address, including even telephone and email address, etc. can be given. Choose all words in the title with great care. ये नहीं कि 3-4 लाइनों का आपका प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट है, वो हम पहले डिस्कस कर चुके हैं. And consider their association with one another. It should be accurate, descriptive, comprehensive, clearly indicating your research area, and state also the area of research, for example, engineering and technology. Followed by introduction. Provide the necessary background or context for your research problem. तो रिसर्च प्रपोजल में ये 3-4 पेज से ज्यादा का नहीं होना चाहिए इंट्रोडक्शन, जिसमें आप सारे वेरिएबल्स को डिस्क्राइब करेंगे, फॉलोड बाय द रिसर्च गैप्स. टॉपिक एरिया एंड इट्स सिग्निफिकेंस, इसमें डिस्कस करेंगे इंट्रोडक्शन में. Present the rationale for your proposed study and clearly indicate why it is worth doing, and identify the key independent and dependent variables of your study. Literature review, very important. You may have a separate section in your research proposal that will allow you a thorough review of literature. So give a short and precise overview about the current state of research immediately connected with your own research. Name the most important contributions. Make sure that you are fully conversant with the ideas you are dealing with and that you grasp their methodology implications. And it shows your ability to critically evaluate the relevant literature information, and it indicates your ability to integrate and synthesize the existing literature. यानी आपने उसको summarize भी करना है, review जितना दे दिया उसके बाद ही आप justification या rationale के ऊपर आएंगे. So research questions and objectives. Give a concise and clear outline of what you intend to find out in your project and what objective you want to achieve. And research question may take the form of a hypothesis to be tested against a specific set of criteria. For exploratory or phenomenological research, you may not have any hypothesis. And set the delimitation of boundaries of your research, proposed research, in order to provide a clear focus. For example, I have said effect of problem-based learning on achievement of students in digital electronics. Under the section limitation, I will say my research study या my research activity will be limited to only 20 topics being taught in the subject of digital electronics in 4th year students of BE Electronics and Communication Engineering. Only a sample of 100 students will be taken up, or the study will be carried out in 2 institutions of Punjab state affiliated with Punjab Technical University. This is how you will. And then provide definitions of key concept, operational definition you have to give. Methodology tells your research committee how you plan to tackle your research problem. You will begin with research design. Is it a questionnaire study or a laboratory experiment? What kind of design do you choose? हर एक का अलग अलग डिज़ाइन है. एक्सपेरिमेंटल है, डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टडी रिसर्च है, कोरिलेशन स्टडी है, एक्स पोस्ट फैक्टो रिसर्च है. Accordingly, you will choose a research design. Who will take part in your study? Sample, subjects. What kind of sampling procedure you will use? First, you identify the target population and then describe the sample that you will be including in your research study. Measuring instruments for collection of data. Why do you choose a specific one? Are they valid and reliable? You have to see the validity coefficient and reliability coefficient of already developed tool. And if you are developing, then you have to also establish the reliability and validity, and that procedure is already told to you. Procedure. Say my topic is effect of problem-based learning on achievement of students in digital electronics. I will say this study will be taken up in 4 phases. In the first phase, the investigator will develop problem-based learning material in digital electronics and develop an achievement test for measuring the achievement of students in the selected topics of digital electronics. In the second phase, students will be administered achievement test as pre-test. In the third phase, one group will be exposed through PBL for 20 days and the other group will be taught the same content through traditional lecture method for 20 days. And in the fourth phase, achievement test as post test will be administered. So how do you plan to carry out your study and what activities are involved? How long does it take? You have to mention. You have to also state which statistical technique you may employ for analysis of data and what are the expected results. Obviously, you do not have results at the proposal stage. However, you need to have some idea about what kind of data you will be collecting and what statistical procedure will be used in order to answer your research question or test your hypothesis. Budget and time schedule हर एक यूनिवर्सिटी की रिक्वायरमेंट है. So present an indication of when the project will begin and end. Present a timeline for each major activity or task of the study. और जहाँ पर हम किसी फंडिंग एजेंसी से फाइनेंशियल हेल्प ले रहे हैं तो उनको हमें बजट भी देना है. What resources you require. So identify any special resource or resources that will be needed for study. For example, equipment चाहिए, facility चाहिए, software चाहिए. So prepare a budget that identifies all financial needs of the study. And this is the last section of your research proposal. It is also included in the research report, that is the reference material, under which we may include two things. One is bibliography and reference, and second is appendix. I think the difference between bibliography and reference is clear to you. Bibliography cites works for background, whereas reference cites work that specifically support a particular article. जो research journals हैं, particularly your research studies based upon or you have identified the gaps from those studies, उनको references. लेकिन जनरली हम बिब्लियोग्राफी लिखते हैं और उसमें दोनों चीजें डालते हैं. लेकिन रिसर्च जर्नल्स में वी पुट रेफरेंसेस, क्योंकि वो जो हमारा रिसर्च आर्टिकल है दैट इज बेस्ड अपॉन सम स्पेसिफिक स्टडीज, एंड दीज आर टू बी रिटन इन अल्फाबेटिकल ऑर्डर. और जो भी उस यूनिवर्सिटी का या जो फंडिंग एजेंसी का फॉर्मेट है, प्लीज फॉलो दैट फॉर्मेट. एंड अपेंडिक्स में हम वो चीज अटैच करते हैं जो हमारी बॉडी ऑफ प्रपोजल में कहीं फिट नहीं हुई. वी append at the end of the proposal. So any item that supports your proposal, that is appended at the end. यानी एक सीक्वेंस में आपके जो प्रपोजल का जो फॉर्मेट है उसमें कहीं फिट नहीं हो रही, बट यू वांट टू ऐड से मान लीजिए आप ग्रांट लेना चाहते हैं फंडिंग एजेंसी से. ओके, आप जो है 2-3 जो पहले काम किए हुए हैं उनका रेफरेंस देना चाहते हैं कि भाई हमने ऐसे जो है काम लिए, हमें यहाँ से प्रोजेक्ट मिले हैं या ये ग्रांट मिली है, वो दैट यू कैन अपेंड एट द एंड. उनको बताने के लिए दैट योर इंस्टीट्यूशन हैज बीन टेकिंग अप डिफरेंट स्टडीज फ्रॉम डिफरेंट एजेंसीज. एंड देन देयर आर हैव ए लुक एट सम common mistakes which are generally committed by researchers while writing a research proposal. One is failure to provide the proper context to frame the research question. Because when you are going to appear for the final viva voce examination, that is your thesis has been completed, then first question they may ask you, why have you taken up these objectives? What is the rationale? Please explain justification. क्योंकि पहला क्वेश्चन इवन एमई थीसिस में भी आता है, एग्जामिनर पूछता है explain in 5 minutes why you have taken up this study. What is the rationale? What is the context of framing these questions? Then when the researcher fails to delimit the boundary conditions for your research, अथाह इंफॉर्मेशन ले लिया आपने, उसको ऑर्गेनाइज करना मुश्किल है, because you have got limited time, you have got limited resources, money, etc. You cannot go to each and every institution. जैसे for example my topic is to study the quality management practices employed in manufacturing industries in India. Very difficult, very long study. There are so many manufacturing industries in India. Can you go to all the states? Can you go to all the manufacturing industries? Not possible. So you put the boundaries. You say that my study will be delimited to manufacturing industries in the state of Punjab and Haryana, जहाँ मैं कंफर्टेबल हूँ और मुझे कुछ रिसोर्सेज हैं, रेफरेंसेस हैं जहाँ से मैं वो डाटा कलेक्ट कर सकता हूँ. तो एकदम से आप उसको पूरा से इंडस्ट्रीज इन इंडिया, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. So when you fail to delimit the boundary conditions for your research, then again you will be in lot of trouble. Even आपने कुछ रिव्यू दे दिया, आपने लिटरेचर रिव्यू किया, लेकिन कोई ऐसी स्टडीज नहीं आपने कोट करी जो आपकी से स्टडी को सपोर्ट करती हैं. मे बी आप मेथोडोलॉजी डिफरेंट कर रहे हैं, सैंपल डिफरेंट ले रहे हैं, कुछ वेरिएबल चेंज कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मोर और लेस वो सेम है. और कुछ ऐसी स्टडीज ले ली जिनका आपके पास रेलेवेंस, उसका रेलेवेंस नहीं है. देन failure to accurately present the theoretical and empirical contributions by other researchers. रिव्यू में जब एंड में समराइज करते हैं, बहुत सारे थीसिस हमने देखे, एमई के थीसिस और पीएचडी के थीसिस, रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर का चैप्टर लिखा हुआ है, वहीं पर उसको खत्म कर दिया. यू हैव टू समराइज. उन जितनी आपने 25-40 जो रिसर्च स्टडीज लिखी हैं, उनके बेसिस के ऊपर रिसर्च गैप्स आइडेंटिफाई कीजिए और उसके बेसिस के ऊपर आप हाइपोथेसिस फॉर्मुलेट कीजिए. ये आपको रिसर्च प्रपोजल में भी देना है, क्योंकि रिसर्च प्रपोजल में आपने रिव्यू करना है, वहीं से आप हाइपोथेसिस फॉर्मुलेशन करेंगे. एंड व्हेन यू फेल टू स्टे फोकस्ड ऑन द रिसर्च क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज रिसर्च क्वेश्चन इज नॉट वेरी स्पेसिफिक, तो आप उसके ऊपर फोकस नहीं रहते, आप डाटा कुछ और ले आते हैं. जो मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, दैट इज नॉट मेजरिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर ऑब्जेक्टिव और रिसर्च क्वेश्चन. So you have to ensure that the measuring instrument measure a specific set of objective. For example, मैं एक जनरल उदाहरण देता हूं. मैं आपको फोर्स का चैप्टर पढ़ाया एंड मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव है that after the topic is over you will be able to define force. और जब मैंने क्वेश्चन दिया आपको, मैंने दिया what is force. Now what is force is measuring something different. My objective was something different. So there must be one-to-one match between the objective and its measuring instrument. So that will ensure the validity of your measuring instrument. And you have to also make you have to also consider the reliability coefficient of the tool also. So when you fail to stay focused on research question, this is a mistake. Failure to develop a coherent and persuasive argument for the proposed research, justification, rationale, significance, emergence, आप properly नहीं build up कर पाते. And you have given too much detail on small issues, लेकिन you have not given enough detail for major points. ये एक mistake है. Too much rambling, that is going all over the map without a clear sense of direction. इधर से उधर, मतलब it's not a organized way में है, पहले क्या आना चाहिए, फिर क्या आना चाहिए, फिर क्या आना चाहिए. इवन पैराज भी जो है, इवन रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर जो है, मैंने एक 2007 का लिखा, उसके बाद 2003 का लिख दिया, फिर मैंने 1988 का लिख दिया, फिर मैंने 2014 का लिख दिया. तो एक क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर में लिखें. इवन रिव्यू भी आपके मान लीजिए 4 वेरिएबल्स हैं, पहले एक वेरिएबल के ऊपर कोई रिव्यू मिलता है वो लिखिए, फिर दूसरे पे, फिर तीसरे के ऊपर, फिर चौथे के ऊपर, फिर अगर 1 और 2 वेरिएबल कंबाइन के ऊपर कोई रिव्यू है उनके ऊपर रिव्यू लीजिए, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 2 and 3, then 1, 2, 3 and 4, अगर चारों वेरिएबल के ऊपर किसी ने कोई स्टडी की हुई है, सो एक सिस्टमैटिक अप्रोच आपको फॉलो करनी है। एंड लाइकवाइज आपको जो स्टैटिस्टिकल टेक्निक्स हैं, यू हैव टू इंश्योर दैट बिफोर अप्लाइंग द कंडीशंस आर मेट, क्योंकि हर जैसे अनोवा है इसकी 3-4 कंडीशंस हैं, ओनली देन यू विल बी एबल टू कंप्यूट अनोवा। और आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है, वो क्या डिमांड करता है, क्या इनोवा डिमांड करता है, ये नहीं कि मेरे फ्रेंड ने इनोवा लगाया तो मैंने भी इनोवा लगाना, बट मेरे इस सिचुएशन में नहीं लगता। एंड टू मैनी साइटेशन लैप्सेस, इनकरेक्ट रेफरेंसेस, टू लॉन्ग, बहुत 40-50 पेज का प्रपोजल बना दिया अपने पीएचडी के लिए, ओनली 20-25 पेजेस, और बहुत छोटा यानी 5-10 पेज का बना दिया। So these are some of the common mistakes which have been identified by Wong, who is the research director with graduate program in counseling psychology in Canada. So friends, this is all about the writing of research proposal. Please आप अपने जो students हैं, PhD scholars हैं या एमई स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनको आप एनकरेज कीजिए टू रीड इनफ मटेरियल बिफोर टेकिंग अप रिसर्च स्टडी, और जल्दबाजी नहीं दिखाएं प्रपोजल को लिखते हुए। जब तक सुपरवाइजर एंड द स्टूडेंट बोथ आर नॉट क्लियर अबाउट द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट, उसको आगे नहीं बढ़ाना। डिस्कस 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 विद योर कोलीग्स, विद योर अदर टीचर्स, उसके बाद ही प्रपोजल, चाहे प्रपोजल बनाते बनाते 6 महीने साल लग जाए, लेकिन उसके बाद जो क्लैरिटी, जो डायरेक्शन आपको मिलेगी, you will be able to complete your research in very systematically and in less time. So thank you very much. Now if you have any question, you are welcome.
Excuse me, sir.
हाँ जी, may I know from which institution are you?
Gandhi Academy, sir.
हाँ जी,
Gandhi Academy.
Gandhi Academy. And how many participants are present now?
Sir, our coordinator is went out for some urgent work.
Otherwise, all are present.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So please ask your question.
Sir, could you explain with an example the difference between bibliography and reference?
I said that under references, you will cite those works which directly support your study. And in bibliography, you can also include material which you have read for journal purpose. Say introduction purpose के लिए आपने पढ़ा है, say कोई आपने book पढ़ी है, ठीक है ना? तो bibliography will contain the references also. Bibliography is a broader term. Reference is very specific. That is, you are citing the works which directly relate to your problem area. Okay? हाँ जी.
So good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, while submitting PhD synopsis or thesis, okay, the bibliography is more appropriate or the reference will be more appropriate?
Sir, please follow the guidelines of the university, because each university has got the format for the research proposal and the research report. So better way is to write the bibliography, but if your university has the format that cites the references, then you need to write references only. But majority of the universities, they go for bibliography.
Actually, sir, our university don't have any specific format. They only ask us to submit a synopsis.
So better is to write bibliography. That will include both. That is the specific studies and other journal studies.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, sorry to remind you again. We have asked you one question about the sample size, ideal sample size, and you ensured us to discuss it in the next classes with a mathematical calculation and all that.
I have not taken that sampling session. I think Mr. T. N. Thukral has taken session on sampling. So what is your specific question?
How to determine the ideal sample size, sir, from a
Ideal
population?
sample size, that depends upon the level of research work. If it is for master's level, then you may go for small sample. But if it is for say PhD work, and if it is say descriptive kind of research, then you have to take large sample. But if it is an experimental study, then you may go for small sample, because in a experimental study you are drawing the sample randomly from the population. Okay? That depends upon which type of research study you are employing.
Hello, sir.
Hanji.
This is Dr.
From which is
I went to IMC University, Faridabad.
Hanji, आप late join किए?
सर हमारे यहाँ थोड़ी सी 5-7 मिनट से मॉर्निंग में नेट की प्रॉब्लम थी.
अभी how many participants are present?
Sir, 22 participants are present
Out of
28.
तो 6 लोग कहाँ हैं?
So they are just coming. उनका कुछ प्रॉब्लम था 2-1 लोगों का.
प्लीज हम फिर सबको इशू नहीं करेंगे, अदरवाइज. अच्छा मैम, आप पूछिए कोई क्वेश्चन.
हाँ जी सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन सर ये है कि जैसे हमने सिनॉप्सिस लिखा एंड देन वी हैव कैरिड आउट द रिसर्च, तो जो फाइनल हम समरी लिखते हैं उसमें और सिनॉप्सिस में कितना डिफरेंस अलाउड होना चाहिए? क्योंकि सिनॉप्सिस इज जस्ट अ प्लान.
देखिए ऐसा है, अगर तो आपका सिनॉप्सिस वेल prepared है, well written है, then there will be less deviation. देखिए डेविएशन, माइक चल रहा है शायद इसका. देखिए, if your synopsis is well prepared, your objectives are very clear, very specific, then there will be less deviation. लेकिन कुछ deviation हो सकती है, but not in case of your problem statement. Problem statement will remain the same. आपके जो रिजल्ट्स हैं वो डिफरेंट आ सकते हैं, बट यू हैव टू गिव जस्टिफिकेशन. अगर मान लीजिए यू हैव टेकन डायरेक्शनल हाइपोथेसिस एंड यू हैव फाउंड आफ्टर द एनालिसिस दैट इट इज नॉट यू सी अचीवेबल, और उसका नेगेटिव आपका फाइंडिंग आ, देन यू हैव टू गिव द एक्सप्लेनेशन व्हाई दिस रिजल्ट इज रिवर्स. तो जस्टिफिकेशन आपके पास होनी चाहिए.
हाँ जी सर, एक्चुअली एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च में इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत बार आती हैं.
हाँ जी आती है, तो इसलिए आपके ऊपर अब नल हाइपोथेसिस चले. यू फॉर्मुलेट नल हाइपोथेसिस विद दैट देयर एग्जिस्ट नो सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस. तो उसमें अगर आता है तो उसको आप एक्सेप्ट रिजेक्ट कर सकते हैं.
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर.
ओके.
Morning sir, this is Dr. Mahapatra from C.V. Raman College.
C.V. Raman, yes. How many participants are present now, sir?
21 sir.
21, good. So
one, I think to add one, in a format for research proposal, some funding agency ask for the national and international status of the planned work, and also some funding agency ask for the patents already done in this work. So I think this is one of the, I am to add in the format that national and international status of the proposed project. So they are asking for that. So in one point they are asking for.
sir, I have already said that you have to follow the format of the funding agency or the other international agency, because after all they are going to fund your research project. So in case the student is doing ME or PhD, then he or she is to follow the format of that concerned university. So if they have given the heads, then you have to give the relevant information under those subheads. That you have to give.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, another question, in funded project, in timeline, we should put literature review. Timeline, because they ask for timeline. Should we put literature review to give some time?
You have to give, because in Punjab University you have to give timeline. That in the first 3 months you have to do this work. Then you have to distribute the entire work in say 3 years. 3 years is an ideal period for submitting PhD thesis. Okay, but in case the candidate is not able to submit his thesis in 3 years, he goes for extension in submitting of thesis and citing reasons why he could not complete the work on time. So he goes for extension. So extension के लिए he applies. He pays money to the university.
Actually, sir, what we faced when we submitted a proposal for funding to Naval Research Board, actually we mentioned about 4 months for literature review in the timeline. So it was rejected because they said that you cannot spend further time in literature.
Yes, because it is too much. Because a research project.
No, sir. Actually, what happens when you submit a proposal and by the time the fund is released, okay, we have to purchase equipments after collection of the quotations and preparation of comparative statements and all. So that takes a time. So during that time, something has to be mentioned in the timeline.
No, but you say that the timeline will start on the day of receipt of the formal letter from the agency.
But that is not allowed. They are actually not allowed.
You see, they are granting you the funds after 6 months. Okay, so
Right.
you start the work only once you receive the funds.
Actually, that doesn't happen. So actually, we have to start the work.
It means you have to do simultaneously.
That's why. So that's the main problem.
You can appoint 1 or 2, say, research assistant and ask them to review the literature for you. So you have to carry out simultaneously many works.
Now, the issue is if we wait for the funds and start the work thereafter. I mean, if we present the timeline as such that the day we will be receiving the funds, we will be starting the work. That is not done. We have to specify a date. And since we know that if the project is approved, then the funds will be received, let's say, after 6 months or so. So in the timeline,
Then no problem. Then you mention that from the day on which the research proposal is approved, your timeline will start. Funds
Yes.
will come later.
That's what. But the thing is, we cannot start the work unless we have the equipments and all. So that gap we are neutralizing by mentioning literature review and all. That is it.
So you can give this justification to them.
So that's what we did, but it
They have
was
not approved. They have not approved. They are not accepted.
no, they have not accepted. That's
So
the
इसका मतलब यही हुआ that you have to give the real justification that we will start our research study only once the research proposal is approved, and after the research proposal is approved, and within 2 months we will procure the equipments, and 2 months during the procurement of instruments you can also carry out the review of literature, because some activities can be done in parallel. आपने PERT CPM पढ़ा हुआ है ना?
जी.
हाँ, तो PERT CPM में यही बताते हैं ना, you have to identify the activities कि कौन सी activities जो हैं वो इसमें होंगी. So the day on which you receive the approval from the ministry or some other funding agency that your project is approved and you will receive the money you will receive later, no problem. But आप वहां से टाइमलाइन को शुरू कीजिए कि ये 2 महीने हैं, इसमें we will procure the equipment, we'll also carry out the review of literature. Simultaneously you do. तभी होगा.
The money is the main problem.
Money is no problem, but you can indicate many activities in parallel. क्योंकि ऐसा ना, अब इक्विपमेंट प्रोक्योर करना है, उसके लिए ये थोड़ी कि हम वी विल पहले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आइडेंटिफाई दी वेंडर्स, देन वी विल प्रिपेयर द कंपैरेटिव, देन वी विल ऑर्डर द प्लेस द ऑर्डर. ये साथ साथ चलता जाएगा. साथ ही साथ यू कैन आल्सो गो फॉर योर रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर.
Actually, the identification of vendors and collecting the quotations has to be completed before the submission of the proposal, because along with the proposal, we have to submit the quotations also. So that part is already over. Now the problem is the day of approval and the first receipt of the fund, first installment, it's a long gap usually. That long gap, what we should mention in the timeline, what sort of activity, that is what is the main problem.
So you can do is you can take temporary imprest from your institution and say once the funds are received, the money will be transferred to the institute account, so that you can procure the equipment simultaneously, because the project has been approved and you will definitely get the money. So in my case, even we are doing at this institute what we can. We have been allotted the approval letter. We write to the director that we want this much fund, and once the fund is received from the MHRD, the money will be transferred to the institute account. So temporary interest can be taken.
But there is a limit actually on the interest. I mean interest.
सर कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही पड़ेगा.
Trash.
ओके
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
ओके हाँ जी
Excuse me, sir.
हाँ जी
Sir, we are from Government Engineering College, Bharatpur.
हाँ जी सर आप बहुत दिनों बाद मिले हाउ मेनी
We are regularly attending the program.
पर आप आते नहीं है इंटरेक्ट नहीं करते
Sir, I am interacting regularly
Okay.
on the computer.
अच्छा राइट नाउ हाउ मेनी टीचर्स आर प्रेजेंट
Sir, 25 members are there.
ओके
Present.
सर हाँ जी सर योर क्वेश्चन प्लीज
Sir, my question is the personal funding means if a teacher is interested to do a research work on personal basis means he want to go in other labs in India or in country or foreign country, but uh, the problem is means where the research work is related with the foreign countries also. So any researcher can have a fund for this purpose also.
देखिए जो आपकी रिसर्च सेंटर है रिसर्च सेंटर और यूनिवर्सिटी हैज गॉट सम फंड्स लेकिन अब इसमें ये है कि भी एक जो जैसे एक रिसर्च सेंटर होता है या उससे डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ केमिस्ट्री है इन पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी so one student is pursuing PhD in chemistry department so they have got enough funds so the candidate can go to foreign country also for carrying out लेकिन सब जगह नहीं है you are right आपको सब जगह नहीं मिलेगा
Okay, sir.
हाँ जी
Thank you, sir.
ओके जी so friends thank you very much now it is 11 and we are going to break for the tea break so we'll start the next session at 11:30 so kindly reassemble at 11:30 so we have next session on research report thank you very much
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
okay
Yes, very good morning, everybody. In the earlier sessions, you have we have discussed about the writing of journal articles, writing of research proposals. If we look into writing of research proposals, there you would have seen that the things are written that it will be done, right? Now in the research reports, whatsoever may be the purpose for which it is written, the work has already been done, and that is reported in a systematic way. Now, as Dr. Sunil Dutt was discussing in the earlier session, that there are different audience for which you write the research proposals, same is here. There are different audience for which we are writing research reports. Depending upon the for whom we are writing the research report, the format and the purpose differs a bit. Say, for number of research proposals which you are submitting, maybe the government officials, they want to read those research reports. Right? Now, say if you are, and the other section may be the educationists. Now, if the audience are government officials, then the nature of the material which is required by the government official, that will differ from what is required by the education practitioners. The looking at the purpose for these two will differ. Say government officials, when you are writing for them, first of all, there should be not much of the technical jargon in that. It should be in the language that is easily understood. Of course, we will take this thing for the educationists also, but there little bit of technical jargon, because the reader is the same of that field. So that type of complexity will go there, but here it has to be as if you are make this person who is not having in-depth knowledge of that area, but still for making certain recommendations, for taking certain policy decisions, we are writing such type of report. So first we take care that it is written in a way that is easily understood by the government officials. Solidly based recommendations. Now, on the basis of the work which has been done, certain recommendations are made. Now, it may be the study in engineering area, it may be for improving certain educational areas. Recommendations should be given in a very solid way. Say, what type of changes, say, are really required for water conservation. So, there should be solid recommendations, and they are not in air. They must be related with why you are doing it. Means a type of study you have conducted and what type of outcomes have come, and how those outcomes can be really implemented in real setting. It should also means then whatsoever recommendations you are making. Now, in certain things, there can be certain risks also. When you study the things, you see that under what conditions such type of things may fail. What type of policies should be made so that recommendations are implemented in a real setting, in a proper setting, in an efficient way. So, how you convert those into certain policies? What type of risks you foresee there? So, all those things have to be written in the research report. Then it should also include information for decision making. So these things we take care broadly. Maybe the sections may remain same, but the focus will be more towards these aspects when we are writing a research report for government officials. Now, the other type of research proposal, as Dr. Sunil Dutt was discussing, there may be the thesis or master level dissertations like that. So for that, we have the education practitioners are there. Now, because they are academicians, they are from the same field, so these type of audience will be requiring different type of content in the research report. As for the government officials, of course, the language should be such that which is easily understood. Means we are not giving English test that hi-fi vocabulary is used there, not desired. So it should be, the language should be such that it is easily understood and there is clear expression. When especially you are discussing the results and everything, it should mention the things very clearly. Has academic credibility. Of course, there lot of technical jargon was avoided, but here you can, because it is should have academic credibility. So all the terms which are academically required, those should be written in that way in the research report. This should provide clear presentation, that is the formatting, the subsections, sections. We will go through all these just now. That should be clearly presented. Has the coherence of purpose. Means everything which you are including in the research report, that should go with the purpose of the study. You have laid down certain major aims, sub-objectives like that. So there should be, when the reader goes through that there should be coherence of, okay, we want to reach at this stage and how the flow is going. So that you have to take care. So while writing research reports, if you say it is a thesis, so the broad format will be like this. I will like to ask from you also, say in the preliminary materials which comes right in the beginning, we have title page. Let me just ask from you what is included in the title page. आप लोगों ने, कईयों ने, I have seen especially in the center at Vishakhapatnam and say gate, maybe CV Raman also, there are a number of persons who are doctorate. So let me just listen from them first. What is there in the title page in a thesis report? Yes, let me start with the Vijayawada. This PPSIT Vijayawada. Maybe. Okay, let me come to gate Brahmpur. CV Raman.
Yes, ma'am. The title page includes the thesis title. Suppose I am talking about PhD thesis title.
In the preliminary materials, right in the beginning, what type of content we have? First, we have the title page. Okay, what is included in the title page?
Title page includes the name of the thesis.
Right. Statement of the thesis.
Then the student name and guide name, institute name, and also the logos of the organization where it is being worked, or any
which they are submitted. Okay.
Yes, madam.
Okay. And the date also.
Registration number. We put the registration number. Year registration number.
Year of that, right? Date or year we also gave them. Then what other things are come under the preliminary materials? Say this is the title page. Then what is the next section?
Then next is acknowledgements.
Very good. Acknowledgements. Then
abstract, list of figures, contents.
Very good. Thank you. So we are having these things in the preliminary section. You have the title page, you have the acknowledgements, you have a table of contents, list of tables, list of illustrations. Of course, they will depend if they are there. In most of the theses, they are, of course. Then you write the abstract also. Then we have a body of the report. Here it starts with the introduction, where introduction में आप क्या लेते हैं? What is there in the introduction? Let me go to PIET पानीपत. हाँ जी, कोई बात नहीं, दोबारा चल जाएंगे उनके पास. PIET पानीपत. हाँ जी, PIT पानीपत, आपके अभी लोग पूरे आए नहीं हैं। हाँ जी, सेशन सर स्टार्ट हो गया है। आपके अभी सभी लोग रिपोर्ट नहीं किए। हाँ, जल्दी से प्लीज बी सीटेड। लेट मी रिक्वेस्ट अगेन, आप थोड़ा सेंटर में रहें, जिससे जब इंटरेक्शन होती है वी कैन सी दी फेसेस, ऐसे ना लगे कि आधी खाली। हाँ, आप सेंटर में आ जाए प्लीज। थैंक यू जी। हाँ जी, what is included in the body of the report, in especially first the introduction? What is included in the introduction?
Hello.
हाँ जी सर।
जी मैम, this is first the problem statement.
हाँ जी, स्टेटमेंट हो गई।
Introduction part will be segment. Second is the conceptualization of variable.
Very good.
And any thorough conceptualization in this part, basically we have include the introduction through mainly from the books only, because we need to conceptualize on this the theories and the various concepts of that related variables.
Right.
Then we came and we have include the scope of the study, then research questions, then research objectives, and the chapter summary, and the last one structure of the thesis that we have included in the first chapter, that is introduction of a thesis.
Okay, very good, thank you. In some of the theses, you may say that in the very introduction they take the literature view also, but generally literature view is taken as a second chapter, separate chapter in the thesis. In the introduction, as rightly said, you have the background information from the about your research topic, then statement of the problem. In this chapter, say when you write the literature review, now what is the trends, what are the trends, what are the gaps? From there you write certain research questions and hypotheses also. Now in every research, I would say in most of the research, if not every, we have certain limitations also. Maybe at times it happens that the geographical area for which we want to go is not, we are not able to cover that. Maybe certain limitations on time, like that. So those are also mentioned. So we take this thing also right in the beginning of the thesis. Especially if I go to the education areas, technical education areas, there for, say we say student achievement, now how that is defined. Say you take any variable, say emotional intelligence, motivation, those things are little bit, there may be some differences in defining the things. So in the introduction, first of all we build up what the various authors have said, and at the end we write those terms which will be used with what interpretation in the whole thesis. So in sciences the concepts are very specific, but wherever different authors are differing on defining anything, right, relating anything, so those aspects of course are given in the background information of the chapter, but what will be the meaning used in that research report, that is written under the definition of terms. Then first the introduction is written, then we go to the methodology. Can I hear from you what we will be incorporating in methodology? Yes. Let me go to YMCA, University of Science and Technology, Faridabad. हाँ जी, बट वी इंक्लूड, आप तो बाकी लोग सेंटर में अभी पहुंचे हैं कि नहीं?
मैम अभी एक्चुअल में ना आज YMCA के जो कुछ फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं वो उनकी कोई मीटिंग आ गई है, तो जो बाहर से हैं वो अभी हैं, वो YMCA के वाले अभी 12 o'clock तक दे विल बी ओवर बाय।
पर ये चीज आप प्लीज अवॉइड करें। तो मेरे को आप इस सेशन में 12 बजे तक कितने लोग आ जाते हैं उनकी मेरे को आप अटेंडेंस भेजेंगे, वो तो वैसे आज की भेजनी है, आज उस सेशन की अलग भेजेंगे।
मैं मैम को बोल दूंगा, मैं वो मनीषा मैम को भेज। So मैम इन methodology what tools will be using, what will be the flow of the research, like we are using in technical MATLAB, C program, what we will be the methodology to reach the conclusion or result, maybe survey, that kind of flow we will be discussing in methodology section.
Okay, very good. So in the methodology, you are talking about which procedure you are to go.
Yes.
Whether it will be even the methodology, you tell about what type of design is there, whether it is. Thank you, sir. बैठिए आप, please. Whether it will be a survey research, or it is experimental research, or it is ex post facto research, you will name that thing. Then of course the sampling, especially if the technical education area is there, you will have the sample also. Even for some of the experimental studies in science and engineering, you may have sample. You may not, you can't take the population there. So then what will be the sources of data? Say when we were talking about the, say, previous achievement, so maybe we are having information from the records itself. So what type of, from which we are going to collect the data? Then what type of instruments will be used for that? It may be, as we were discussing earlier, these instruments might be designed by the the investigator, or they are in this standardized form. Now if uh, the researcher has designed those questionnaires, then he has to write full procedure for how that how he has designed it, because in the instruments, it's very important that they are valid. They give us the valid and reliable results. So how the what steps are followed to ensure these two aspects, they are written clearly when we are mentioning about how the tools, these instruments were designed. Now maybe if we go to the engineering, you might have fabricated certain things in the workshops. What exactly was used, how that was designed, how that was tested, the whole details of those things will be included in your this section. Then we come with the presentation and analysis of data. Now uh, the data collected, that will be coded, and analyzed. Now analysis will depend, as we were mentioning yesterday, the type of technique, statistical technique will be used depending upon what are the objectives of the study, what are the hypotheses, what type of methodology was there. So keeping all these things in view, you will apply, you have already applied the appropriate tool for that. That you have to mention there, that which and statistical techniques in descriptive statistics and inferential statistics, they were used. Now the based upon the findings, they are written, mentioned in this section. Now the data which is analyzed, that is presented in the findings in the form of tables. There may be figures also which are incorporated along with the data given in the respective tables. Then you have last chapter, that is on summary, conclusions and recommendations. Now in this summary, we will be taking right from the beginning, say what we have done, taken in the introduction chapter. So some theoretical background of that subject matter. Then of course, what are the, here we are not going into nitty gritty all types of findings and quoting of values, tables, everything is already done in the earlier chapter. Here in the summary, we will be just writing the conclusions of that. What was the major findings, what were the major conclusions of that, and on the basis of conclusions, what type of recommendations can be made. Recommendations means what are the educational implications of that study. If it is some experimental setup and you come out of that, so you are to mention rightly there that for what purpose this can be used. It's not just that you give the data that okay, with this type of change was there in the tensile strength of the material. Now what is the further usage of that? And even in this chapter we also make a mention what is the scope of the future research in that area. That tells the means the ability of the researcher, that what was we started with the gaps in the area, taking care of the objectives. We filled up those gaps, we reached at certain conclusions, and we have given certain way for the further research. So the whole process that shows the logical thinking how is done by the researcher, and its presentation, it should not remain in the mind of the researcher, it should be presented in that way in the thesis also. Last we comes to the reference materials, bibliographies and all. So here what is the difference between bibliography and references? Yes, from any center? Let me hear from ये पहले सेंटर जुड़ा नहीं था तो विजयवाड़ा. Yes, Institute of Technology, Vijayawada. And what is the difference between bibliography and references?
Hello.
Hanji sir.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
The references means the basic connectivity of the concept, madam. Where would you like to connect that one? The bibliography means the concepts which are taken for implementation of the methodology.
Sir, sorry, आपकी ना आवाज थोड़ी डिस्टर्ब हो रही है.
Hello.
एक बार आप रिपीट करेंगे, आपकी थोड़ी आवाज कट रही थी, डिस्टर्ब हो रही है.
Bibliography means the methodology or the concept which we have considered for implementation of our thesis writing or proposals.
Okay, thank you sir. Any other view from any other center? Maybe I go to gate. वो भी पहले जुड़ा नहीं था. So I think now gate जुड़ गए होंगे.
Good morning, ma'am.
हाँ जी, good morning. सर आपकी आवाज में डिस्टर्बेंस है.
Hello.
हाँ जी सर.
Bibliography is a product term, madam, and reference is a subset of bibliography.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
आपकी आवाज ऑडिबल नहीं है क्योंकि अच्छा एक जस्ट जनरल अनाउंसमेंट, मैं जिस सेंटर को का नाम लेती हूँ प्लीज माइक वो सेंटर ही ऑन करे. वो बाकी सेंटर्स भी जब साथ माइक ऑन कर लेते हैं तो आवाज इतनी डिस्टर्ब होती है, हमें सुनाई नहीं देता. तो आई रिक्वेस्ट यू कि जो बाकी के सेंटर्स हैं वो प्लीज अपना माइक बंद रखें. हाँ जी सर, आप बताइएगा प्लीज. हाँ जी.
Ma'am, bibliography is a broader term, whereas reference is a subset of bibliography.
Okay. How you will means differentiate as far as the research report writing is concerned?
The specific reference or from the reference part, bibliography is the broad knowledge for that particular topic we get from.
Thank you, very good effort. Now when you are you will see that in most of the thesis at the end it is bibliography is written, right? The reason is references are rightly said, they are the subset of the bibliography only. References are the exact authors which you have means directly used in your thesis, right? Means their names are coming there, so you put them as the references. Bibliography is the larger one. Say you have means studied it for your own understanding for further means, but they are not as such means referred in your thesis. So those other materials which you have gone through for your thesis work, those becomes the part of the bibliography. So reference bibliography is, in bibliography there are more authors are there as compared to the references. But take care that the authors which you have mentioned in black and white included in the thesis, those must come in the list of bibliography, right? So you can add more than that so that it becomes the bibliography which you have means studied for making better understanding or otherwise. But at least the names who are referred, those names of those authors must appear in your bibliography list. Then there are appendices. Appendices means say the questionnaire is designed. You need not give that questionnaire right in the body of the research report, but you can put it in the appendices. Say there are certain scores of achievement, raw scores are there, because that disturbs the flow of reading of the thesis. So these type of things we take it in the appendices only. So this was the broader view which I have given. I will take these sections one by one. Of course, I will involve you in developing those. So first of all, we were saying in the preliminary section of the research report, there is the title page, and on the very first page, there appears the title of the study. Of course, though the things must have been taken care of while you are making the statement of the problem, when you are selecting the problem, but here also you have to take care how it is presented. Now in the title page, you will see right at the top, it is coming in the pyramid type of form. It's written like this, that the first sentence is having more words than smaller, not in font size, but in per line, they are centered in the middle and they form a inverted pyramid like that. So while writing the title of the study, of course you must have taken care of such things in the when you selected the problem and you defined your statement of the problem. In the title there should not be any terminal type of punctuation. Then when we are writing that title, it should be either all capitals or initial letters of the principal words should be capitalized. You can follow any of the approach unless it is given something different by particular university to whom you are submitting your thesis. At times universities have their own guidelines. So point is, you are to keep those guidelines. In addition, when you keep these things in view, but certain changes, small changes here and there may be there as per the university directions also. Of course, as you were rightly said, it here the name of the investigator, institution is there, name of the institution to or the university to which the report is submitted, and date. Of course, you may mention month and year right at the title page. Then acknowledgements. I start with this word only. Number of theses, what the students do, acknowledgement लिखते हैं, they don't write acknowledgements. You are not acknowledging one person. So first thing you take care that these are the acknowledgements, right? This will come in the center. Then here, whose name should come? We say that give credit to those who helped you. Now let me ask you, how can others help you for doing your thesis work? Let me hear from you. So for that I go to first DAVIT Jalandhar. Hanji, how you feel? How others have helped you? Whom should I include in acknowledgements?
There are different ways in which you can acknowledge the persons. Maybe, for example, from where you have taken some data for the study.
Very good, very good. Hanji.
Those you want to acknowledge, and some grants you got for the work.
Very
you
good.
Can include acknowledgement.
Very good, very good.
And the supervisor of the work, you can also acknowledge that.
Good, good. Anji, or
family members, you can also
family members. Here I have little bit reservations.
Okay.
People do it, but I think कि family support is granted. उसको यहाँ acknowledge क्या करना है आपने ना? यहाँ पे आप credit करो. कई लोग लिखते हैं dedicated to my father and all that, but I view that it's a professional type of thing.
According to my point of view, it's pretty much required because if you have kids and parents,
आप जो dedicated to parents, dedicated to family, तो उनका support तो होना ही चाहिए भाई in the I would say the official type of document. But of course, it is my view. Maybe I may be different in that. So I differ here a little bit. But here the professional work you are to help. जो आपने list दी है, I go with that. Of course, names of all those who have in some way, that is sorry, this is you should give all those who have given help to you, now rightly said by you, help maybe in the kind of giving some data, help maybe in terms of giving some partial or full grant for anything. कई बार मैंने देखा especially it may not be in the engineering areas or sciences, but जो social sciences में कई students जो हैं they are allowed to do for private PhD also. तो जब वो private करते हैं they don't have any financial source with them. तो कई एजेंसीज हैं, आई वोंट गो इनटू दैट, ICSR वगैरह, वो जो सोशल साइंसेज में रिसर्च करते हैं उनको एट टाइम्स दे गिव फुल ग्रांट और द पार्शियल ग्रांट. बट इफ ऑफ कोर्स स्टूडेंट इज विद सम टाइप ऑफ स्कॉलरशिप गिवन बाय UGC, AICTE or any other, then of course that type of thing is not needed. But in some other where they are totally doing privately, the financial helps may not be full but partial. Say they give only for printing of the thesis, so they may give for partial help to them. And if it is say science or engineering work and your institution doesn't have the facilities for that, आप IIT Roorkee या IIT this Delhi जाके या और any other research institution, Bhabha research institution, कहीं पे भी जाके आप वो काम करते हैं, it is your duty then to acknowledge them in your acknowledgements. That is of prime importance. Then we are saying that there should not be a long list of the people. हाँ, कई बार आप इतनी nitty gritties में चले जाते हैं कि वो जो significant people का जो आपने thanks देना है ना, वो सारा उसका पर्पस खत्म हो जाता है. So you should take care that there is not a very long list of acknowledgements for that. Then we have a table of contents. Table of contents में there is main division titles usually typed in capital letters. Right? So when you are taking a table of contents, the title should be written in the capital letters, but again there may be difference of this thing on certain issues that you are to write it like that, especially when Aman must have, Amandeep, our faculty colleague, must have shared with you. If there are research papers, they have very clear cut guidelines for that. They indicate there itself कि table इस तरह की होनी चाहिए. Table font size in paper publications is different, whereas in research reports they go same, but there even the font size changes. So you have to take care of that. One thing, another thing which I have seen, table of contents में लोग क्या करते हैं, उसमें टेबल ऊपर बना देते हैं, नीचे उसका नाम लिखते हैं. It should not be like that. Table जो होती है वो हमेशा ऊपर आते हैं. We will be taking this thing again in the writing of that. So जब table of contents बनाते हैं, main divisions के जो titles हैं, they should be in capital letters, और जो आगे सब division आ जाएंगे इसके, they should be in small letters with initial letter is capitalized. Then you have table numbers. They should be in Roman numerals. First and last words and all nouns, pronouns, adjectives, verbs, adverbs, they should be in the title of the table. They should be capitalized. And don't change what is written in the body of the report and what is written in the listing of tables on the content page. तो वो दोनों चीजें जो हैं, those should go side by side. Same format, same level, same language should be used in both the places. As we were going for the table, same type of format is to be followed in the illustrations also. Illustrations may not be there in most of the research. You will see tables are definitely there, but illustrations are at times not there. So again, as in the case of the tables, first and last words and all nouns, pronouns, adjectives, verbs, adverbs in the title of each illustrations, they are capitalized. The word figure and page should be placed at the top of the columns of the numbers. That you have to also see. जो column का side पे number आ रहा है, उसके साथ ही उसका parallel चलना चाहिए.
Excuse me, ma'am.
हाँ जी sir.
So in previous slide, one point is not clear. Please,
कौन सा
previous slide.
इससे भी पीछे जाऊं मैं?
Yes, sir. This one.
This one only ना? हाँ जी सर.
You are written first and last word.
हाँ जी.
And all nouns, adjective, verbs, adverb in the title of each. Capitalized means last word should be capitalized only. This is not.
नहीं आप मैंने एंड लिखा है, फर्स्ट लास्ट एंड ऑल नाउन्स एडजेक्टिव. मतलब पॉइंट ये है, अगर मैं ब्रीफली कहूँ, ऑफ, इन, एंड, दी, ये चीजें कैपिटलाइज करने की जरूरत नहीं है. अदरवाइज जनरली कहते क्या है स्टूडेंट्स सारे, वो कमांड एक देते हैं, क्योंकि अगर आप करो ना कि कैपिटलाइज ईच वर्ड, तो एक कमांड पे सारे कैपिटलाइज हो जाते हैं, उसमें ऑफ, इन, एंड, दी सारे हो जाएंगे. पर हमने यहाँ पे वो नहीं कैपिटलाइज करने हैं, हमने अदर देन दीज वर्ड्स कैपिटलाइज करने.
Omitting the punctuations.
हाँ जी,
omitting the punctuations.
हाँ जी, omitting punctuations. वैसे पंक्चुएशन जो है ना वो आएगी नहीं उसमें, फिगर्स के टाइटल्स में नहीं आएगी वो, दैट विल नॉट अपीयर देयर. आप क्या कहते हैं ना कि द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन दिस एंड दिस, अचीवमेंट एंड द IQ. सो जब आप कहते हैं ना फिगर शोइंग भी नहीं लिखते, मैंने देखा है कई स्टूडेंट्स इवन लिख देंगे फिगर शोइंग दिस थिंग. नो, रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन दिस एंड दिस, दैट्स ऑल. तो रिलेशनशिप जो बिटवीन आ गया ना, उसको आप चाहे वो छोटा स्मॉल लेटर में लेके जा सकते. दिस एंड एक स्मॉल लेटर में चला गया, यू गो बाय दैट. एम आई क्लियर?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now then, when we are stating the acknowledgements, as I was mentioning earlier, any significant technical help that you have received from any individual in your laboratory or elsewhere, maybe you have gone to that institution, maybe IIT, maybe any research institution, and you have used their equipment, then you have to definitely first of all acknowledge those people. The source of special equipment, cultures, or any other material like that, you have to acknowledge. As mentioned by you also, any financial assistance in the forms of grants, fellowships, say you have taken, means you are sponsored by the TechCube or any other such type of financial help from some agency, you are to thank those people while writing the research report in the acknowledgement section. कई लोग लिखते हैं I wish to thank. Why wish क्यों करते हो? Thanks करो उसका सीधा. So such words should not be there that I wish to thank. Just thank. Then show the proposed wording of the acknowledgements. अब कई बार होता है some people do not want to associate their names in your acknowledgements. So it is better, if possible, show that type of wording to the concerned person also. At times they might have objection कि आपने मेरा नाम क्यों लिख दिया, मैंने तो आपको informally बताया था. So take care of such things also while you are writing the acknowledgements. Then we come to the abstract. Okay, I have already discussed little thing about the abstract when I was discussing in my earlier sessions. I will like to hear from you how we should write the abstract. I think it was also discussed by Dr. Tulsi also in the review of literature. How you write the abstract? Let me hear from Gandhi Academy of Technology and Engineering, Brahmpur.
Ma'am.
Hanji sir.
First, it should be written in past tense.
Yeah, very right.
Then it should be written very precisely, not should be very lengthy.
Right. Very good, very good. Okay, let me now hear from Chandigarh University, Gadua. Thank you, sir. Chandigarh University, Gadua. Harjot. इनको खाना आगे आगे सेंटर देखना.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
हाँ जी सर, sorry. हाँ जी सर.
In abstract, basically we we define the problem, what actually we want to have a discussion in the research paper. Then we can also put the sample size, what was the sample size we have taken. We can also implement that include that research methodology कि हमने कौन सा research methodology use किया हुआ है, and what are the limitations of the research paper.
Thank you, sir, for giving the information. But let me make it here clear: abstract is not a long thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Fine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I think if you must have discussed yesterday that if it is a paper, they only at times allow 150 words or maximum 200 or 250 words. Now, when you are writing the abstract for the research report, of course, it goes up to 2 pages also, but we don't write the details of the things. So, first 2-3 sentences, they focus on what is the main objective of your study, what is study about, what has already been little been done, like that. Then we include major findings of the study. All the findings are not given in the abstract of the research report. So avoid detailed experimental procedures and setups done by you. It should be only in brief, it should be short, and it looks very readable, easily readable also. Means you are to highlight the major points of that and not the detailing of that. Detailing तो आपके research report में हो ही रही है. Then be creative in generating curiosity. Don't do means just the verbatim of the things you put it. There should be some logical sequence, some flow of reading the things, as was discussed in the morning, that communication, here the written communication is playing the part. So you should present it in a way that it becomes very interesting for the reader also. There are certain criteria for writing abstract. First is it should not exceed 500-600 words, but again I will say if the university allows you up to 1500 words also, because it is a thesis, yeah, you can go up to that also. It should be written in one paragraph, but if the more words are allowed, then you may take more also. As rightly said by the faculty at GATE, Brampur, it should be written in the past tense, because at the time of the proposal you were saying that this you think you are going to do, but in the research report you have already done everything, so it will go in the past tense and not in the present tense, or will be in the future tense. Long words should be followed by its abbreviation, which would be used throughout the abstract and the research report. So when you once use the word, it should be in the full form, then only its abbreviation will be written. It should not cite any references. जो references हैं, say this person said this thing and that person said this thing, those things will come in the body of the research report and not in the abstract. It should never give any information or conclusion that is not stated in the research report. I have seen number of times there are certain things which are emerging from the research report, but the researchers start writing certain other conclusions also, which they feel should be there. So research is not your feeling, right? Whatsoever you have given, that at times when the viva comes, मैंने सोचा था ये भी हो सकता था. No, what you have written, that has gone to the to the examiners. So be careful, whatsoever is coming out from your research work only, that should be, that type of conclusions, recommendations should be mentioned in the abstract of the research report. Then it should be accurate. Wherever you are quoting any figures और सम से आप जैसे टी का रिजल्ट कोट कर देते हो कि टी इतना आया था, इट शुड बी एक्यूरेट. ये ना हो कि आपके एब्स्ट्रैक्ट में कुछ और जाए एंड इट इज समथिंग डिफरेंट इन योर रिसर्च रिपोर्ट. नाउ दिस इज अबाउट द रिसर्च रिपोर्ट. नाउ वी कम टू द बॉडी ऑफ द रिपोर्ट. हाँ जी सर.
Actually, what is the difference between abstract and extended abstract? Because some seminar conference they ask for extended abstract.
Extended? Sorry, could not get you.
Extended abstract. You told about abstract, but some cases in seminar and some workshops they ask about submit a 1 page or 2 page extended abstract. So what is the basic difference between abstract and extended?
कई लोग उसको एग्जेक्टिव समरी कह देते हैं, कई लोग सिर्फ एब्स्ट्रैक्ट कह देते हैं. Some people say extended abstract. Maybe the abstract you feel that the number of words should be very limited, but in extended abstract stage you are going up to 1000 words also, especially if when it is a abstract for the research report. So that type of thing will be taken care when they write the extended report, extended abstract.
The content should be same as abstract what we mentioned, or you have to add some more things?
It depends how many words they are allowing you.
As per that,
if they are allowing 500 words, naturally you may make certain cuts there. But in the extended this abstract, if they are allowing, even if in the abstract also they allow for 1000 words. Extended में आता है कि words generally ज़्यादा allow कर देते हैं. So accordingly, you can say if you are giving some only major findings. You are not, if it is for 500 or 600 words, you are including just the major findings only. But if say it is more, then you may write a line for the type of experiment also and say 1 or 2 more findings also. It will depend upon the judgment of the researcher also there.
Okay, we can put tables and figures there or not in extended after.
Sorry, could not get it.
Can you put figures in the extended abstract?
नहीं figures नहीं करनी है. जो मैंने figures का तभी आपको clear कर दिया था when I made a mention that the figure is there. Figure is not that the graphs are given in the abstract. They are not given in the abstract. They are only in the body of the research report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So in the body of the report, we are taking introduction, methodology, presentation and analysis of data, summary, conclusions and recommendations, as I mentioned earlier. We take one by one. Rightly put by some of you that here we build up the rationale for this study. Why after all we are going for this study? What is the need for this type of study? So all that theoretical background. Of course the researcher has gone through these things when he was selecting the research problem. Now it is to be written in the black and white form. Why after all you want to go for this type of research? Why this area? Why not any other area? So here that type of justification is built up by the researcher. Then you write the exact statement of the problem, same thing which is written at the title page. So it is the same thing here. Then another chapter here will be of the review of related literature. Let me find from you, to avoid plagiarism, how would you report your review of related literature? You have already done these things. While writing your review of related literature, how would you write so that plagiarism is not there? Because maximum originality goes down because of these 2 chapters only. Introduction, where you are giving factual information from the other sources, and review of the related literature. So how as a researcher you will check this thing here? Let me hear from this Bhivani, TITS Bhivani. Let me hear from participants from TITS Bhivani. Disconnect हो गया. Okay, Sukhmani Institute of Engineering and Technology. Sorry, Sukhmani Polytechnic, Derabasi. Yes, sir. Anybody who will like to respond to this? Anji, Madam Ranju, please coordinate it at your end.
Hello, ma'am.
Hanji.
Ma'am, this is Dr. Bhajanlal from PITE.
Sorry, sir, थोड़ी disturbance है.
Ma'am, this is Dr. Bhajanlal from PITE.
Hanji, sir.
Ma'am, to avoid the plagiarism, we should, can say, obtain the thing from the literature. That if you are going to read some paper, so we should understand what the paper is going to tell, or the crux of the paper, instead of paraphrasing or altering sentence framing we have done. So we should, if there is a need of critical evaluation or critical input to be given to that literature, we should put in that. So it's better to critically evaluate the existing literature if there is a requirement in your study, or if you need to support your topic with the existing literature, then evaluate the things according to you, then put into the sentence according to which you have want to obtain from that study only. So through which you...
Thank you, sir. May I know your name?
This is Dr. Bhajanlal.
हाँ जी, डॉक्टर भजनलाल जी, ऐसे है, you have rightly said, but when as soon as I say a review of related literature. It means when I am writing the research report, of course, I am incorporating only those studies which are related to my area of work, not otherwise. So that evaluation part, which study to incorporate in my review of literature, that has already been done at that stage itself. Here my point was that most of the time what the researcher does, he just picks up the material from any source and copy paste. So that leads to the plagiarism, right? So we have to check that, and for that matter, of course, using your own judgment, you again write it in your own words so that it is not reproduced in verbatim, right? So while and that is one thing. Then what type of how you are going to make the conclusions, what type of things you are going to include in the conclusions of review of related literature, because I have seen in number of research reports, they just write this person did this thing, this person did this thing, these were the results and all, and then they are silent. Now what should be the written at the end of the review of the literature, right? Yes, anybody from any center? Anybody from any center? Now this question is open to all this.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I am from Government Engineering College, Bharatpur.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, we should find out the gaps and the need of the work done by us after the conclusion part of our study.
Very good. So at the end of the review of the literature, so at the end of the review of the literature, you have to give certain points like what are the gaps in the earlier research, because that is giving way for the your future work. So point them, these are the gaps, so these and maybe certain things have been done. Say you have seen, as we were discussing earlier in the experimental research, say you are seeing the effect of two methods on the student achievement, right? This thing has been used by some person in one of the states, so you also want to do it at whether this goes in your situation or not. So there you will see that okay, this was found to be useful, or say number of researchers have done work in this area and they have come out with these type of findings, right? Point is, when you are just taking information from various sources and putting them without any conclusions, that is not I would say, the researcher work. You have to reach up to what were the conclusions, what type of gaps are existing, and then so that you relate the earlier work with your own work also. So it should be written like that. Then just the steps which we have discussed. So write review so that the relationships of other studies to your points, to your work is pointed out. Use your review to establish a theoretical base or the rationale upon which hypotheses or research questions can be developed. Research review of literature is not done only for what has already been done, but it helps you in making the theoretical base also, which of course comes under the introduction part. Under review of literature, we are writing it to what were the gaps, and on those bases we are writing research questions and hypotheses for the study. Then you are to write the research questions and hypotheses. Now this has already been done, you have already framed also. You are to write this as the hypotheses are always written as the declarative sentences and not in the question form. So write them like that only, and in that also you are to clearly identify the variables. This thing you have already done. Only thing that has to be written in the research report so that these aspects are again taken care of. If you have missed earlier, you have to take that when you are writing, the words should be variables should be clearly written there. This was about the introduction. Then we write limitations. In certain treatments, there are certain things you can't control while conducting the research. As I was mentioning, maybe the large geographical area and you don't have finance and you don't have time to take care of the whole area, so you limit your study to particular area only. Say there are number of this media which can be used for instruction, but you don't have access to all of them, so you delimit your to certain media only. So you have to mention those type of things right in the first chapter, that is the introduction chapter only. Then the, as I was mentioning earlier, definition of terms, because many terms in the subject, any subject are there, and there are variety of interpretations for them. What interpretation you are going to use, that should be mentioned right in the first chapter only. Then we come to the methodology. As we said earlier, you are to mention the design, that whether you are going to go by experimental study, ex post facto correlation, what type of study you are going to take. Then so what will be the nature of your population, and out of that what will be the size of the sample, how would you taking that sample, whether what type of technique in sampling you are following, that is whether it is a random sampling technique, cluster sampling, stratified, and if it is a cluster or stratified, what were the various stages in that. So all those, and what is the final sample, everything is to be written when you are talking about the sample. Then methods and materials which you are using, how you are going, we were mentioning that certain tools are prepared by the researcher only. So if the researcher has made, she should be clear about that the reliability and validity of the results is taken care of. Because if your measuring tool is not giving you the valid results, the findings of the research will not be okay. I am happy from one of the centers, I had a question earlier that said, if the dependent variable is coming out to be achievement, and if we take the teacher made tests at various places, so the validity of all those achievement tests is different, because some teacher might be setting the question paper, taking into consideration everything so that the valid results are there, but there may be other teacher who is not taking care of all such things. So if we select all types of this academic achievement from the earlier records also, the results may not be valid, and if the results, the variable for which we are going to further make the calculations, if the data on that is not valid, the results, of course, the interpretations, of course, from that research will not be right. So everything has to be written in detail. Of course, if the researcher is using standardized tests, say aptitude for anything, or say leadership skills, and there are well-defined standardized tests is there available, that too test is also explained in detail, that what was the reliability of that, on what type of population sample it was made, tested. Everything has to be written in the methods and material area, so that you justify that the data you have collected, that is valid and reliable. And same is true if the engineering equipment, science equipments are there, if your equipment is not giving you, जैसे हम कल को बात कर रहे थे electrical resistivity, if your instrument is not giving you the valid result, there are maybe because of the calibration or anything, then the results which are coming to you, they are not the accurate results, and so the findings will be affected. So everything has to be mentioned, how you have ensured such type of things while undertaking such procedures. Then we have how you have collected the data and the treatment of the data. So if I go back to the survey research, there we made a mention that there can be, say, questionnaire, interviews, observations. Of course, for interviews and observation, the researcher goes there and take the data. But if the data is long, if you have to interview number of people and the researcher only is not going, then how you are ensuring the reliability of the interpretation of the information from the two different persons, that has to be taken care of. and that has to be written here in the research report also. As far as questionnaires are concerned, they can be mailed also, and they can be personally administered also. So point is how you went about the things. If it is an experimental study, who taught the experimental group and who taught the control group, whether the same persons were there, whether the same institutions were there, these things are also going to affect the results. So everything has to be written right in the research report. It should not be that when the viva comes and you start saying, okay, I had done it, but I have not written it in this way here. That type of thing should not be there. Everything has to be written as you have done in the research report also, so that you finally you can defend your work also. Then procedure followed in conducting the study, that has to be where and when data was collected. So all these aspects under methodology are to be explained. Then the next chapter comes on the presentation and analysis of data. So this data may be presented in the form of charts, diagrams, graphs, tables, and other such means can be taken. Here reader can examine data easily than in the only textual form. अगर आप tables, charts वगैरह सब नहीं use करते हैं, then it takes time for the reader to go through everything. All figures, now here it's important that all figures and tables must be accompanied by a textual presentation of the key findings. ये नहीं है कि टेबल है तो अपने आप रीडर जो है वो अपने आप उसकी जजमेंट करे. You have to give the logics. I have seen number of times what the researchers do. They will just give the table. These are the values. Just in the text information they will explain that these were the values found, this was found to be significant, this was not significant, and earlier work also support my work, and that is the end. Then what is your contribution? Once the data is with you, once the analysis is with you, say the T has come significant, why it has come significant, what can be the possible reasons for that, what was there in your work that has helped them making one treatment better than the other one. So that type of logic should also be built up when you are presenting this thing. Never have a table or figure that is not mentioned in the text. All of a sudden figure aa gayi and there is no mention that this exists also. Always make a mention, say you are presenting the same thing diagrammatically also, then make a mention that these findings are also shown diagrammatically in this figure. Then we go for analysis of data. Of course, whatsoever you have taken, maybe say you have taken analysis of variance, covariance, t-test, any test you have used. Now you are to report everything. Say T, when we were saying, that is applicable only if your data follows normal probability curve. Now all those conditions are to be explained, that how you are able to apply that test here. Likewise for ANOVA we were saying that there are Bartley, Levin's tests, whatsoever you have applied and how you have applied that. What are the results of that? Those are to be mentioned in the analysis of data. Now when you are including tables and figures, certain points should be taken care of. They are of course applicable for large or complicated data. ये नहीं कि एक छोटा सा t value देना है और आपने पूरी बड़ी सी table बना कर दे दी, and there is nothing. Or you mention other variables also. So wherever the table fits, of course include table in the body of the this chapter. Then figures, as you know, we have already discussed, they are appropriate for data sets that exhibit trends, patterns or relationships that are best conveyed visually. Now any table or figure must be sufficiently described by its title and caption or legend to be understandable without reading the main text. Now students will give only the figure. What relationship? वो कहते हैं okay जी आप horizontal and vertical उस पे देख लो and it is there. No, everything in the figure or table that should be self-explanatory in itself. Though you are writing their findings in the text also, but you are to, means the table and figure in itself should also be self-explanatory. Do not include both a table and a figure showing the same information. Yes, ये गलती बहुत लोग करते हैं. Question? हाँ जी sir, any question please?
Ma'am, I have one query here.
Yes sir.
Ma'am, sometimes it does happen the table we are showing and the font size does not allow us to enlarge the table or figure. Generally, the font size and the size of table and figure is specified by the university or the journal. And then it becomes difficult to explain all the thing in one table or one figure. Generally, it does happen.
This is the I would say the intelligence of the researcher only, that in the minimum words you are to write the caption of the table. It should be self-explanatory. Actually, what happens, what I have seen in number of students doing such type of mistake, they will write table showing. Why you are writing this extra word? Why table showing? सबको पता चल रहा है वो table है. Just come to the point. Hit the point only. T values for this and this. Table showing T values for this and this. Why you are writing this thing? So point is you have to make that thing as we were doing in the writing of the report. You are to be very write crisply the title of the table and the figure also. But in most of the cases, especially in the research papers, the font size for the table and figure captions, that's not the same. Of course, some papers, some journals may allow for that, but generally it is kept smaller as compared to the body of the paper. But of course, in research reports, you can have the same also. But then you have to use your judgment, your intelligence in making it crisp and short. Right?
Okay, ma'am.
Hanji sir.
Should we include the tables and figures in bigger size in appendix, like appendix?
No. Otherwise, the flow of reading will be disturbed. Flow of reading will be disturbed. Everybody likes to see the figures side by side when you are reading. Otherwise, you have to go to the last page, then this and this and this. That should not be there. They are included in the body of the report only. Yes? Any other question for this? Yes, sir. Can I move ahead? Bharatpur?
Yes, ma'am.
Anji, sir. Is it clear? Can I move further?
Yes, ma'am. It is clear.
Okay, thank you. Then how to write the results? So results section is written in the past tense. I would say the whole this we are following for the whole report because the things have already been done. It again needs to be clearly and simply stated since this constitutes new knowledge contributed to the word. The earlier work, say in introduction and review of literature, that was the work by others. Only thing is you are putting it in intelligent way, presenting it in a different way. But here it is the new thing which you are giving to the world. So you should be very careful while presenting this. The purpose is to summarize and illustrate the findings in an orderly and logical sequence without interpretation. Right? So first of all, you summarize without interpretation, and then you of course make the interpretations and supplement with your own views also. The text should guide the reader through the findings, stressing the major points. Do not describe methods that have already been described in the method section. अगर सारा कुछ वहाँ पे हो चुका है, then don't repeat anything here. Components of discussion then will be try to present the principles, relationships and generalizations which your results are showing. Point out any exceptions or any lack of correlation and define unsettled points. Say your hypothesis said that this type of thing should come, but your results for something are going with that. Say there are 5 categories for emotional intelligence. you thought that everything will go in favor of these things, but for some of the things, some tricky results have come, which you are not able to find why this type of thing is happening. There also you have to tell that okay, our hypotheses were this, and the results show this thing. However, there is still a gap of these things which might have occurred because of these reasons. अब कई जगह पे आपको reasons भी नहीं मिलते हैं. Then you have to mention those points that these are there were no answers for such type of thing, and now this type of thing you are going to link with the future work, that anybody in the future can say control these things and see whether these unsettled things can be answered or not. So that is the point, that is the job of the researcher, that the researcher is clear that what he could achieve and where the gaps are left. So those should be written in the research report as well. Then show how your results and interpretations agree or contrast with the previously published work. So wherever some differences are there, those you point, and where the earlier work supports your work, those should be highlighted in this section. Discuss the theoretical implications of your work and any possible practical applications. Now this is very important. Means your work doesn't stop that okay, this was the hypothesis, this was the test, and this was the finding. This might have come because of this reason and the work is over. No. What is the advantage to the society? What is the advantages in your field? How that concept can be utilized? Say you say that okay, I have used two methods for teaching. One was the traditional, one was the new. Now if the new method has helped in this, then there are certain solid recommendations, educational implications that people at large for that level, maybe a higher education whatsoever area for you have taken this study, these things can be incorporated in the teaching methods so that the achievement and development of say soft skill whatsoever was your target will improve, which is important. So point is, don't make it just a research piece only. It should be also indicate what are the real advantages of your work also. That should be mentioned right in the thesis. Finally then state your conclusions. अब जो findings थी test वो सारा नहीं लिखना है, अब just final क्या आया है that you have to write here. Summarize your evidence for each conclusion, why you are saying anything for anything. Then we have come to the last chapter, that is summary, conclusions and recommendations. If you have any question till now, you can ask, then I move to the last chapter. Yes, please. From any center. I invite questions from any center. Yes? Any center, please? No questions? हाँ जी सर. चंडीगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी खड़ूंगा. ये भी नहीं जुड़े थे ना पहले. अब आगे. हाँ जी मैडम, if there is any question?
No ma'am, no questions.
No questions. Okay, we move to the last part of the work, that is summary, conclusions and recommendations. Now in the summary conclusions chapter, you don't have to write the things in detail as the name says. So you have built up theoretical framework, the basis for that, rationale, justification, everything. Just a paragraph, 2 paragraphs for what is required, why you means a rationale for your study that you are to mention. Very brief review and the conclusions which are coming from the earlier work. Then you are to write what was the sample. In the method procedure chapter, you have written the sample in detail. Here you will just say that okay, randomized sample with the final this much number constituted the sample of the study. So point is, everything you are putting in a summarized form. You have to write here statement of the problem also, hypothesis also, and conclusions also. Yes sir? So in the summary, then after in this sample, what was the broad methods, no details of how you validated your tools which you designed, only that broadly that So many items were there, so many sections were there, Likert scale was there, and it was validated by taking views from expert and all that. Details जो सारी हैं वो method procedure में जा चुकी हैं. Here there will not be any details of the things. Then the major conclusions, recommendations, that is the educational implications. Here I would like to add, sorry, one thing more, for future studies also, right? So what is the scope in the, because whatsoever there was in your limitations, say you could not control say 2 variables, say in the other studies other people they may go for the control of other variables and they use it. So what is the scope for the further studies that can be included here? And with this your thesis work is okay. We come to references. Actually we are writing bibliography at the end. There you are to include all references which you have quoted in your research work. Now for writing references, there is a standardized way of acknowledging the sources of information and ideas that have been used in this document. Here I will like to say, again, for different type of research reports, different type of methods are followed. Especially for engineering and sciences, even in the body of the research report, the number is written in the with this one, say reference 1 is used in the first chapter, 1 2 3 करके आप उसको quote करते जाते हो throughout the body of the research report. Then when you write the references, you take 1 2 3 and you don't care for whether it is in alphabetical order or not. There is another way of doing it, that is APA system, American Psychological Association India hai. So that is generally followed in the social sciences. So again you have to see what format is permissible for what faculty in that university. You have to follow that. जिस faculty में आपका research report submit होनी है, you have to follow that pattern only, because there are number of such things. It can be Harvard format, right? It can be, as I was saying, the number system. It can be APA system. So number of these systems are available which you can use, but follow that which is prescribed by the concerned university. Then last is the appendices. As I was mentioning, every means bulky data which disturbs the continuity of the report, that should come in the appendices. Say you have used a taught with a you have prepared academic achievement test. You have designed yourself so that it gives you the valid results. Now the final form of that test need not come in the body of the research. That can come at the end. Say you have used a leadership standardized test. Copy of that can be given, appended in that. Say that you want to also give the RAS scores in your research report. Take those type of things in the appendices area. In certain research reports, wherever it is desired, the subjects who are included in the for the research, you have to take at times permission from them, especially if there are certain sensitive areas. So those permissions also can be appended there, but that is not means compulsory. So the bulky data only which you feel that should be given, that can be given in the appendices. So this is all how we go about the research report. Of course, nature of research report, as I have taken the case for the thesis work, but as I was saying right in the beginning, if it is a research report for the any type of proposal which you have taken, there may not be so much details there. So because if the audience are government officials or the bureaucrats who have to actually implement your recommendations, the format of and the presentation of these things will differ. There may not be need of long review of literature and everything. So you are just to give the justification, how you went about, then the recommendations, what type of cost it will involve, what type of extra expenditure will be there for implementing those things. That type of things, of course, will come on the in the proposals which are written for some government officials. तो उसमें आपको consultancy projects आती हैं, you go by that only, their requirements only. But for the reciting of the research report, especially for the thesis work, dissertation, we follow by and large this. Of course, there may be some plus minus changes may be there, which are there specific to that particular university to whom the thesis is submitted. So this is all about the writing of the research reports. If you have any questions, you are most welcome. Yes, anybody from any center?
Hello, ma'am.
Sorry, yes, please.
Ma'am, this is Dr. Manisha Garg from YMCA University, Faridabad.
हाँ जी सर, मैडम.
मैम, आपकी जो ये वाली प्रेजेंट पीपीटी है, इट्स वेरी इंफॉर्मेटिव एंड वेरी हेल्पफुल. यदि आप हमें इस पीपीटी को मेल कर सकें तो एक्चुअली एवरीबॉडी वांट्स.
डॉक्टर मनीषा, आपका मेरे पास ईमेल आईडी है. आई विल डेफिनेटली मेल यू.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Welcome. From any other center, if any question is there.
Ma'am, this is Amitabh from Dronacharya, Greater Noida.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I want to know that previously you said that abstract and results should be in past tense. So is this a rule of thumb? Means if some researcher...
I think the very logic says when you are writing proposal, you will say we will do. आपने किया नहीं है. But when the research report is there, the things have already happened. So you are just saying that this was done, this was done, this was done. तो will वाली चीज खत्म हो जाती है. That's why we go for the past tense.
Okay, but
जब आप synopsis में देते हो ना, say when you submit the research PhD synopsis देते हैं, you go what you do. You will say that we will do this, researcher will do this, right? But research report में आके सब कुछ हो चुका होता है. So we say that this has been found. We can't say this will be found नहीं कह सकते हो आप. तो इसीलिए हम
when we translate it in Hindi, हम ये भी कह सकते हैं कि हमने किया है. अगर मैं ये कहता हूँ कि मैंने ये रिसर्च किया है, तो this is in my view this is not technically.
आप उसमें ना जाए, किया था कह देंगे आप, या किया है हिंदी में आप दोनों यूज कर सकते होंगे.
मैंने 400 लोगों का इंटरव्यू लिया है, तो दिस इज प्रेजेंट टेंस. बट अगर दूसरे तरीके से देखें तो
आपने ले लिया है क्यों कहेंगे? वो भी तो आप पास्ट टेंस की ओर ही जा रहे हैं, प्रेजेंट तो नहीं है. आप ले थोड़ा रहे हैं जब लिख रहे हैं. तो आपने ले लिया था है, वो हो चुका था. चाहे आप उसको लिया है भी कहें, आप अगर टेक्निकली उसमें जा रहे हैं तो वो भी पास्ट टेंस की ओर जा रहे हैं. आप जब रिपोर्ट लिख रहे हैं तो वो सारा काम आप कर चुके हैं. आप ले रहे हैं तो नहीं है ना कि मैं ये डाटा ले रहा हूँ, ये है प्रेजेंट. तो आप ले रहा हूँ तो नहीं लिख सकते उस चीज को.
नेचर ऑफ
सेंटेंस रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं नहीं, आप
नेचर ऑफ सेंटेंस से कई बार ये डिटरमाइन होगा.
नहीं, ये तो नेचर ऑफ कोर्स करेगा, बट स्टिल यू टेक केयर कि ये पास में हो. क्योंकि आप ये नहीं कह सकते हैं, वहां पे हिंदी में भी लिखते हैं तो आप ये नहीं कह सकते हैं कि मैं प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहा हूँ. वो एक्सपेरिमेंट तो आप कर चुके हैं. आप प्रेजेंट टेंस अगर हिंदी में लेते हैं, आई फील इट विल बी कर रहा हूँ, कर रही हूँ, लाइक दैट. तो वो तो आप कर रहे नहीं है ना जब रिसर्च रिपोर्ट लिख रहे हैं. दैट्स व्हाई वी से दैट इट इज इन दी, मतलब जो डॉक्टर सुनील लिख रहा है दैट वाज प्रपोजल, वहां विल बी होगा. यहाँ पे रिसर्च रिपोर्ट है, मींस एवरीथिंग इज डन, सो वी से दैट हैज ऑलरेडी बीन डन. तो हम उसी फॉर्म से उस टेंस को लेते हैं.
ओके मैम.
एनी अदर क्वेश्चन प्लीज?
यस मैम, दिस इज फ्रॉम गेट.
यस सर.
हाँ मैम, जब हम थीसिस लिखते हैं तो नंबर ऑफ चैप्टर्स विल बी देयर. और हर चैप्टर के एंड में रेफरेंसेस लिखना है या फिर पूरे थीसिस के एंड में लिखना है?
रेफरेंसेस हमेशा थीसिस के एंड में लिखे जाते हैं, अनलेस ये जो एक फॉर्मेट आता है उसमें साइटेशन जो है वो नीचे दी जाती है फुट नोट में. तो मेरा पॉइंट सिर्फ ये है, रेफरेंसेस कैसे लिखते हैं, ये सारी जो डिफरेंट स्कीम्स हैं दे हैव बीन डिस्कस्ड इन द रिव्यू ऑफ रिलेटेड लिटरेचर व्हेन इट वाज डिस्कस्ड. आपने वो फॉलो करना है जो यूनिवर्सिटी आपको कह रही है. तो जो एपीए सिस्टम है 1 2 3 है, वो कभी भी बॉडी ऑफ द रिसर्च रिपोर्ट में नहीं आता, वो एंड में ही आता है. और रेफरेंसेस के या बिब्लियोग्राफी के बाद अपेंडिसेस आते हैं.
ओके.
हाँ जी. हाँ जी सर. भिवानी से सर आप कुछ पूछना चाह रहे हैं? ऑफ हो गया.
Excuse me, ma'am.
हाँ जी सर.
I am from Bharatpur, Government Engineering College, Bharatpur.
हाँ जी sir.
Ma'am, in research review, one thing was said that the chronological order should be followed.
Chronological order should be followed.
Ma'am, should we follow chronological order in references also?
मैंने आपको कहा है कि इट डिपेंड्स आप कौन सा फॉर्मेट में चल रहे हैं. मान लो आप 1 2 3 का शुरू कर रहे हैं तो रेफरेंसेस में जाकर भी जो रेफरेंस पहले आया है, फर्स्ट आया है, वो चाहे 2016 का था, वो सबसे पहले आ जाएगा. ना हम क्रोनोलॉजी वहां देखते हैं, ना हम वहां पे अल्फाबेटिकल देखते हैं. बट इफ यू आर फॉलोइंग एपीए सिस्टम देन वी गो बाय क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर, सॉरी अल्फाबेटिकल ऑर्डर. और अल्फाबेटिकल में भी जो पहला ईयर है वो पहले आएगा, बाद में बाद वाला आएगा. एपीए सिस्टम डिस्कस किया होगा शायद किताब में.
थैंक यू मैम.
वेलकम.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
गुड आफ्टरनून.
This is Amit Kumar from IEC Group of Institution, Greater Noida.
हाँ जी सर.
Actually, ma'am, I want to ask one question.
Yes.
What is the difference between conclusion and summary?
समरी में तो पूरे थीसिस का लिख रहे हैं आप. कंक्लूजन में है जो आप फाइंडिंग्स आई हैं आपकी, यू आर जस्ट गिविंग द कंक्लूजन फॉर दोस फाइंडिंग्स दैट यू फाइनली रीच एट दिस.
Okay.
Right? Summary is for the whole thesis.
Okay.
That's why it's written summary, conclusions, and recommendations, everything. Generally, they use this means title of the chapter. But again, it may differ from the institution, university to university also. Yes.
Okay.
Any other question, please? So, okay, thank you, everybody. We disperse for the lunch and we reassemble for session on SPSS at 2 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
ନେଇକି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଫେରିକି ଆସିବ ଯଦି ସେ ପୁଣି ଗାଡି ଭଡ଼ା ହବ ଏଇ ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାରେ ଏଇ ଜିନିଷଟା ହେଇଯାଉଛି ସେତେବେଳକୁ ଟ୍ୟାକ୍ସିରେ କଣ ହଉଛି ସେ ଲୋକ କଣ ସେଦିନ ସେ କମ୍ପଲସରୀ କଲେ ସେଇଟା ଆମକୁ 2 ଟଙ୍କା
So, good afternoon, dear friends. I hope all the participants are present in their respective 13 centers. So, we are going to start with post-lunch session. Friends, I take this opportunity to welcome and introduce Professor Suresh Kumar Sharma, who is presently Professor of Statistics in Punjab University, Chandigarh, and he is also the coordinator for Center for Systems Biology and Bioinformatics. He is a very learned expert in the area of statistics, and all of us go to him whenever we find any problem regarding the statistical analysis or the interpretation. Professor S.K. Sharma's areas of interest include biostatistics, ranking and selection, statistical inference, statistical modeling, and distribution theory. And he has got more than 22 years of experience in teaching and research, and he has already guided 5 PhD dissertation, and 8 are presently working under his supervision. And he has also guided 4 PGI MR doctors who have completed their MS degree in ortho under his supervision. Dr. Sharma has undertaken number of projects. To mention a few are Public Health and Pollution Control in Asia, PAPA project, in collaboration with Health Effects Institute, Boston, USA. Personalization of youth work in collaboration with Commonwealth Secretariat, United Kingdom. Project on dental caries with Chandigarh administration. He is also working with WHO and ICMR on few other projects related to mother and child health care, coronary heart disease in collaboration with Department of Forensic Science, Neuroscience and School of Public Health. Sir has got published more than 60 papers in various international and national journals, and he is the recipient of number of awards and honors. To mention a few are Best Research Award 2003 for medical research. It is given by AIMS New Delhi. Jacob Wobspitz Award 2003 by USA. S.G. Gaur Award 2010 for Best Paper in Environmental Health. Shiksha Ratan Award 2011. Best Citizen of India Award 2012. And visiting professor, he is a visiting professor to National Institute of Health, Bethesda, USA during 2014. And he is a very widely traveled person, and he has been to a number of countries for giving expert lecture or for carrying out research work. To mention a few countries are USA, UK, Austria, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Germany, Korea, Qatar, China, Burma, Thailand, Portugal, France and Switzerland. So we are very happy that he is with us. And dear friends, myself and Dr. S.P. Bedi have already discussed with you about the descriptive statistics and inferential statistics that can be carried out manually, but we have invited Dr. Suresh Kumar Sharma. He will let you know how to use SPSS software for quick analysis of data and interpretation of result. So with these words, I welcome Professor S.K. Sharma and request him to kindly interact with the participants. Sir, we have participants from 13 institutions in the country. So all are the faculty members and they are attending this 2 weeks duration program.
Right.
So thank you, sir. So we request you to kindly interact.
Okay. Good afternoon to each and everyone, whosoever is sitting. Before coming to the...
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, before coming to the SPSS, let me just spend maybe just 5 to 10 minutes giving you some examples of different kind of scales which have already been covered and different types of data. Before analyzing any data in SPSS, you should have clear-cut idea which type of data belongs to which type of scale. So basically, if you look at the nature of the data is of two types. One is called structured data, another is called the unstructured data. Now, what do you mean by structured data? Any data which can be put into numeric form is called a structured data. For example, you can measure height, weight, skin fold thickness, blood pressure, cholesterol level. So this can be put into numeric form. And sometimes what happens, the data is not in the numeric form, it is in terms of certain labels. For example, gender, male and female. It is just a label. So you can write male as 1, female as 2. Similarly, religion category, Hindu as 1, Muslim as 2, Sikh as 3, maybe Christian as 4, or you can write Sikh as 1, Muslim as 2, doesn't make any difference. Still it can be written in terms of some numeric figures. So if you able to write down your data into some numeric figure, that type of data is called a structured data. Then there is a concept of what is called unstructured data. Unstructured data is the one which cannot be put into numeric form. For example, lot of information is available on WhatsApp, Twitter, any media site, email, and obviously people are talking about something, but you don't know what they are talking about. So how to analyze such type of data? That type of data is called unstructured data. It is very difficult to analyze the unstructured data, and 2 of my students are working on unstructured data only, using some support vector machine and other advanced techniques which are used in statistics. But today my focus will be only on structured data. Structured data means the data which can be put into numeric form. So if you talk about the structured data is of 2 types. One is called the categorical, another is called the measurement. Let's look at the categorical data. This part is already discussed. Just to remind you few examples so that you should not make any mistake while entering the data in SPSS. See, what is a categorical data? In categorical data, the objects are grouped based on some qualitative trait. For example, if you are listening to a phone call, you can easily recognize the voice of a male and female. See, I am talking to few people and somebody is wearing a turban, so I'll come to know that the person is from a Sikh family. So some qualitative is attached, some qualitative trait is attached if you are talking about the categorical data. And the resulting data, they are nothing but merely labels or categories. Let's look at the examples of categorical data. For example, hair color could be brown, it could be red, it could be black. Similarly, eye color, gender, disease status like mild, moderate, severe, etc. So all these are examples of categorical data. Then comes the measurement data. If you look at the measurement data, the objects being studied are grouped into measured. They are measured based on some quantitative trait, not based on the qualitative trait. For example, you can measure height, you can measure weight, some quantity is attached, and the resulting data, they are nothing but set of numbers. Now, if you look at the measurement data, any type of measurement data is of 2 types. Either it is discrete in nature or it is continuous. What do you mean by continuous data? Which can take any value within certain specified range. For example, if I look at height, let's say I fix 2 ends, say height between 145 to 170 centimeter. So height could be 157.5 centimeter, it could be 157.58 centimeter. You can add 3rd, 4th decimal place. So depending upon the accuracy of your instrument, so it can take any value with between 145 to let's say 170. So this type of data which can take any value within certain specified range is called a measurement data. Then continuous data in a measurement. If you talk about the measurement, then there is a discrete. What do you mean by discrete? Discrete data is also a measurement, but it is taking certain isolated values. For example, say number of members in a family. Number of members in a family may be 5 members, 3 members. I cannot say number of members in a family is 3.4. It doesn't make any sense. Or number of errors in a book could be 3 errors, 4 errors. I cannot say it is 2.9. So if you come across such type of data, then we say that it is a discrete measurement data. So any type of measurement data, either it is continuous in nature or it is discrete. So that one should remember. So far we discussed about the categorical data, which is simply in terms of labels, or it could be a measurement data. Both these categories, they belong to what is called a structured data form. Okay, these are examples of measurement data. There is no need to explain, they are self-explanatory. For example, cholesterol level, height, age, etc., maybe weight even, all this is referred to as a measurement data. Now, I'll just take another 5 minutes to discuss about different scales before we come to the SPSS. And as I mentioned, we discussed 2 types of data. If you talk about the structured data, either categorical or measurement. If you look at the categorical data, this is always in terms of 2 different scales, either nominal or ordinal. And similarly, measurement data is also in terms of two different scales, either interval or ratio. Now, what do you mean by these scales? First of all, I'll discuss about the categorical data, which is always in terms of either of the two scales. One is the nominal scale, another is ordinal. What do you mean by nominal scale? If you are having a measurements in terms of categories, and all the categories, they are having equal weightage. Equal weightage. There is no preference of one category over the other. Then we say that your categorical data that belongs to the nominal scale. For example, gender category. Everybody is human being. So I can write male as 1, female as 2, or you can write female as 1, male as 2. Doesn't make any difference. Similarly, religion category. Everybody is human being. I can write Muslim as 1, Sikh as 2, Hindu as 3, and so on. Or maybe you can in any order. So if there is an equal weightage to each and every category, then we say that this type of data belongs to the nominal scale. Let's look at examples of nominal scale. What is your gender? What is your hair color? Where do you live? So all these are examples of nominal scale. Then comes what is called ordinal scale, which is also the measurements are in terms of the categories, but the difference between nominal and ordinal is, in case of ordinal, the data can be arranged in order. That means the categories can be arranged in order. For example, let's say severity of disease, mild, moderate, severe. So mild means the lowest and severe means person is very sick. Similarly, education categories can be arranged in order, like primary, maybe high school, and then graduate and postgraduate. These all it's a categorical data, but this can be arranged in order. So if you are able to arrange the data in order, then we say that this type of data is called the ordinal. This belongs to the ordinal scale. Let's look at the examples of ordinal scale. These are examples of ordinal scale. How do you feel today? Very unhappy to very happy. So most of the people, if you look at the management sciences or medical sciences, they design some kind of questionnaire, and there is a answer. Questions like very strongly disagree to strongly agree. So all this is referred to as that your data belongs to the ordinal scale. You can write the categories in order. Similarly, how satisfied are you with our services? Very unsatisfied to very satisfied. This is also, you can arrange the categories in order, right, in the respect of a satisfaction, and this type of data again belongs to the ordinal scale. Is it coming through? Is this okay? Okay. So that is all about the categorical data, which is in terms of two scales, either nominal or ordinal. So what is the difference between nominal and ordinal? In nominal, all the categories are having equal weightage, but in ordinal scale, you can arrange the categories in order, which is not possible in nominal. So I have given you several examples. Now let me come to what is called a measurement data. Measurement data is also in terms of two different scales. One is called the interval scale, another is called the ratio scale. Now the idea between these scales has to be very much clear, because in interval scale, the mathematical operations may not be valid. For example, let's say some beauty contest is going on and there are judges giving score out of, let's say, 10. Now first person gets a score of 8 and second one gets a score of 4. If I divide 8 by 4, the answer will be obviously 2. But I cannot make a statement that the person having score 8 is exactly twice the beautiful than the person having score 4. Mathematically, it is not correct. Similarly, let's say one student is scoring 90 marks. Another student is scoring, let's say, only 30 marks. So if I divide 90 by 30, the answer will be 3. But I cannot make a statement that the student having score 90 is exactly 3 times the intelligent than the student having score 30. He may be intelligent in sports or in some other category. So mathematically, it may not be correct. So sometimes the mathematical operations are not valid. And moreover, 0 does not mean the absence of character. If I say somebody has scored 0 in a test, it doesn't mean the person is not intelligent at all. Maybe on a particular day, his or her performance may not be up to the mark, but next time he or she can score better. Similarly, if I say temperature 0, it doesn't mean the temperature is absent. It is still better than -5. So there are some kind of measurement data where mathematical operations are not valid. So one has to be careful. So if you are simple idea is if 0 has a meaning for you, that means your data belongs to the interval scale. Otherwise, it will go to the ratio scale. For example, temperature 0 has a meaning, score 0 has a meaning. So all this type of data like score or intelligence score, etc., or temperature, they all belongs to interval scale. Okay. To overcome all such difficulties, there is a highest rating scale, and that is called the ratio scale. In ratio scale, all mathematical operations are valid. For example, let's say somebody is having weight 90 kg, another person is having weight 45 kg. If I divide 90 by 45, answer will be 2. But I can always make a statement that the person having weight 90 kg is twice the fatter than the person having weight 45 kg. Nothing wrong with that. Or double the age or 3 times the age. But now you simple to distinguish between interval and ratio. Look at 0. If I say age 0, it doesn't have any meaning. If I say height 0, it doesn't have any meaning. But this makes sense in interval data. So this has to be kept in mind every time. So this is all about I want to discuss to clarify, because SPSS is going to ask you whether your data is on interval scale, ratio scale, nominal, ordinal. So it is going to ask you. So now, why we are discussing all these scales? Because sometimes what happens, if we are dealing with categorical data, statistical techniques are different. And sometimes we have to deal with the measurement data. Again, the statistical techniques are different. And sometimes we have to deal with the mixture of the two. Because if you are designing some socioeconomic question, there may be questions related to categorical data like gender or education or occupation. All this is referred to as a categorical data. Then there could be another variables like income or some other clinical parameter of the like patient, say cholesterol, blood pressure, etc. So they are measurement. So sometimes we have to deal with the mixture of the two. And statistical techniques which have been designed to deal with the categorical data, they cannot be used for measurement data, and vice versa also. So you have to be careful. Okay. And one more thing, sometimes we deal with the same variable, but it can be put into different scales. What do you mean? Let's look at education as a variable. Now education is only nominal. That means it will go to the nominal scale if measured by the type of education, such as private education or public education. Now some people prefer private education and some people prefer only public education. There is no preference of one category over the other. So education will go to the nominal scale. And the same variable education could be ordinal also. Because if you measure by the level of education, such as primary, high school, college, postgraduate and higher, these categories can be arranged in order. And the same education variable will go to the ordinal scale. And if you go to US or any other country, they will ask you about the number of years of education. 10 years of education, 20 years of education, 15 years of education. And the same variable will go to the interval scale. Right? So that means education can be put into different scales. Similarly, other variables can also be put into different scale. Question is how you measure your variable. That is important. So if you come to me and ask me that this is my variable, can you tell me on which type of scale it is? Basically, it's a wrong question. I need to ask how you have measured this variable. And sometimes the conversions are also possible. Let's say variable is on categorical data or it's a measurement data. Measurement data can be converted into categorical data. For example, age. Age can be categorized. Say like less than 30 years as 1, 30 to 60 years as 2 and more than 60 years as 3. So age can be categorized into 3 categories or could be sometimes 4 categories. So measurement data can be converted into categorical data. And vice versa is also possible. Categorical data can also be converted into measurement data. For example, if there are categories and certain weights are available to you, they are well defined weights in the literature, then you can multiply with the corresponding weights. And for example, these psychologists, they generally multiply with the corresponding weights, and categorical data can be converted into measurement data. So both the conversions are possible. Okay. Now, when people deal with the categorical data, this is what they most of the time do. They generally compute percentages or proportion. Most of the time. Or they draw a bar diagram or pie charts, etc. But look at the last paragraph which I have written. One can perform all type of statistical analysis, including correlation. You can compute different type of correlation even for categorical data. But techniques are different. For example, if one variable is categorical, another variable is also categorical. let's say it's nominal by nominal, then there are different methods, like you can deal with the chi-square or you can deal with the coefficients like coefficient of uncertainty, gamma coefficient, phi coefficient. So all these coefficients are meant to deal with the categorical data. Similarly, different regression techniques are available for categorical data. Logistic regression, probit regression, logit regression, right? Ridge regression, all these techniques are available even for categorical data. And if you are dealing with the continuous data, most of the time people look at mean, standard deviation, etc. But one can perform all type of parametric as well as non-parametric procedures based on the measurement data. Remember, most of the parametric procedures, they are available for measurement data, unless or otherwise you convert your measurement into categories. Then you can go for the non-parametric procedures. Okay, what are these parametric and non-parametric procedures? If you have a data and if your data satisfies certain assumptions like normality, independence, constant variance, then we say that you can go for the parametric test. And if they are not satisfied, then we go for the non-parametric test. So with this background, now let me start with how to enter the data in SPSS, how to label different kind of variables, how to categorize different type of variables. So this I am all going to discuss now. Okay, let me come to SPSS. This is the logo for SPSS, and if you open SPSS, the window will appear, and its window is almost the same as just like Excel window. I think, is it coming through? Okay. Now you can see there are rows and columns. When you open your SPSS, there are rows and columns. The difference between Excel and SPSS is that in SPSS, if you see here, it's a variable, right? And if you compare this with Excel, there is ABCD. That is the only difference between Excel and SPSS worksheet. Now suppose I start entering some data. Suppose data is about the scores of the students out of 100, say 12, 33, 44 and 43, something like this. I enter scores of the students. So let's say I enter some 10 observations. So by default, SPSS will give you the name as variable 401. Variable 401. If I start entering the second variable, it will give you variable 402, and it will continue like this, 403 and 50, something like that. But your actual name is score. So there are two views here. One is called the data view, another is called the variable view. If you click on to variable view, you can write the exact name for this. For example, this is score. And now if you go to the variable view, you can see the exact name. Now it is appearing. Exact name is score. So by default, SPSS always take 2 decimals. By default. Even if I have a code like male and female, I give 1 and 2, automatically it will be written as 1.00 and 2.00. But you have an option. You go to this and you can reduce the decimal or you can increase the decimals. You can even reduce the decimal or you can decrease. So even if I decrease to 0, so this will be your data, right? If you, let's say you don't have any decimals, so you can reduce the decimals to 0. If you have more than 2 decimals, you can increase. You can increase up to 16, 17, 18 decimals. No problem with that. Okay, this is how we enter the data in SPSS. So I entered only one variable, which is score, which is a numeric variable. Once you start with the numeric variable, SPSS automatically understand that your variable is numeric once you start with the numeric figure. But sometimes we need to enter address, or we need to enter name, or maybe gender category like male and female. Let's say next I enter, say first is a male, so it will take this as male, and then suppose I enter that next category is female. Now it is stopping after FEMA. It is not taking FEMALE. Even if you press LE, it is not taking. What is the reason? The reason is, if you go to the variable view, you can see what is the width of a numeric variable. Width of a numeric variable is 8. But what is the width of a string variable? String variable is only 4. That's why male is taken because it is having 4 words and female is having 6 words. So that means you can also increase this to any number. Suppose I this also increase this to 8, and then start entering female again, now it will accept because you have increased the width. You have increased the width. So you can increase the width, right? Now it is very difficult to, for example, let's say this variable is sex. Once I start with the alphabetical numeric, so automatically SPSS will understand that this is a string variable. Now if you go back to the data view and let's say I want to enter 20,000 observations. If there are 20,000 observations, it is very difficult to enter male and female every time. But I can always choose a code. Let's say code 1 for male and code 2 for female. So what you can do in the next column, you can simply assign code. Let's say 1, 2, and some of them will be 2, some of them will be 1, something like this. Right? And I cannot repeat the same variable. If this is a sex variable, I cannot write this the same name again. So maybe I can write this as gender. So let me put this as gender. So if this is a gender variable, now you can see this is gender variable. What I can do, if I start giving the values, basically 1 is for male and 2 is for female. What I'll do, I'll go to the variable view and there is a column of values here under this gender. You can see values. Click onto this value and you can assign your labels. For example, 1 is for, let's say, male. Enter here. 2 is for female. Enter here. So 1 is for male, 2 is for female. Press OK, and now you go to the data view. Nothing has happened here, but there is a value label switch. You press this switch and you will see 1 is replaced with male and 2 is replaced with female. So if you have 20,000 observations, it's very difficult to write down male and female every time, but I can always write down 1 and 2, and later on in one command under values you can give 1 as male and 2 as female. That will simplify the problem. Now I don't require this variable. If you don't require any variable, just mark this at the top of the column. Every column will get to the same color like blue, and then cut or just press delete. So it will be out of the picture. So far we enter 2 variables. One is score, another is gender. Alright. Okay. Now if you want to see the labels, what is 1 and what is 2, you can again press onto this, which is called value label. So it is 1 and 2, you can see. So it's just a toggle switch between 1 and 2 and male and female. So you can easily see what is 1, what is 2. Alright. Now sometimes what happens, we want to divide this score into different categories. These are the scores of the students. Let's say I want to divide this into 3 types of categories. Those students who have scored less than or equal to 30, those who are between 30 to 60, and those who are having score more than 60. Let me just repeat. I want to divide all these scores into 3 categories. One is less than or equal to 30, then 30 to 60, and then more than 60. So how to divide? So to divide this into different categories, because sometimes we need to do category wise analysis. So we need to divide our data into categories, and this happens in many of the research problems. So how to do that? Go to transform, and if you go to transform, there are 2 options. One is recode into same variable, another is recode into different variable. Now if I choose this option, recode into same variable, then the score will get overwritten. That means instead of the exact scores, it will write 1, 2, 3. If it is less than or equal to 30, it will replace that by 1. 30 to 60 replaced by 2, and so on. But I want to retain the original as well as want to generate another one. So always choose the second option, recode into different variable. So if you choose this, then when you start analyzing the data in SPSS, you see generally 2 windows will appear, and sometimes 3, 4, 5 windows will also appear. So left hand window will always show you the variables which you have entered. Now you can see you have entered 2 variables, score and gender. If you have 50 variables, it will show you the list of all the 50, and if they are not visible at one go, then it will start scrolling. You can scroll down from here, right? And then you shift only those variables to the right hand window on which you want to perform analysis. For example, I want to perform analysis for score, not for gender, because I want to convert this into categories. So take this score to this side. If you take the score variable to this side, now it is asking where do you want to store the output variable. So you give the name. So this is the output variable, you give some name. Let's say score and say code. Underscore you can always use in the name. No blank space is allowed, no special characters are allowed, like even hyphen is not allowed, but underscore is allowed. So it will generate a code for score and change. So that means SPSS will generate another variable with the name as score code, and that will transform your score to score code. Now what we want to do basically, we want to replace, there is an option here, old values with new one, and click on to this old values and new ones, and one more window will appear. Now what do you want to do? So there are many options here, but I'll tell you these are the three important options. If you want to cover up to lowest value, you can use this option, and highest and above you can use this option, and if there is a range you can use this option. So we have three categories: less than or equal to 30 as 1, 30 to 60 which is a range as 2, and next is greater than 60 as 3. So if it is less than or equal to 30, I can choose this one, up to lowest. Let's say up to lowest up to 30, then give this new value as 1 and then add here. Now it will be more clear to you. Whatever the lowest value present in the data, right up to 30 will be taken care of by code number 1. Can you see that? So it is code number 1. So lowest up to 30 is given code number 1. The next is from 30 to 60. So for that I can choose this range. The lowest is 30 and through up to 60, and give this as 2 and add here. So you can see 30 through 60 will be given code as 2. And then more than 60. More than 60 means highest and above. So you place here, you write down 60 here and give the new value as 3 and add. Now you can say 60 through highest, whatever is the highest, that will be taken care of by code number 3. Now please remember that 30 is appearing in the first code as well as 30 is appearing in the second code. Question is where 30 will go. Let me tell you, there is no overlapping in SPSS. No overlapping at all. Whatever is the number specified for the first time, so it is taken care of up to that point. For example, 30 is appearing in code number 1. So all values up to 13 is taken care of by code number 1. Right? Is it coming through? Okay. So up to 30 is taken care of by code number 1. All right. So now 30 is appearing in code number 2 also. Even if you start with 28 to 60, but up to 30 is taken care of by code number 1. So even if you start with 28, it will start from 30.000 onwards. So 30 is not here. 30, wherever it is appearing for the first time, is taken care of. So please remember there is no overlapping in SPSS. So I'll continue and then press OK. And now you can see, if you go through the data, these are the categories which have been generated. 1, 2, 3. You can see, right? For example, 12. 12 means less than or equal to 30. It goes to category number 1. Now if you send me this file later on, I will forget what was 1, what were 2, what was 3. Now you again go to the variable view and go to the values again and give the label. For example, label 1. Label 1 is less than or equal to 30. Label 2. Label 2 covers 30-60, up to 30 to 60. And label 3, that was for more than 60 or greater than 60. So press OK, go to the data view. Now you can see everything gets converted into the appropriate number. So now your answer will not be in terms of 1, 2 and 3, because later on you will forget what was 1, what was 2 and what was 3. Now your answer will be how many students are less than or equal to 30, how many between 30 to 60, and how many above 60. So readability will improve for the output. So this is how you can categorize your data, right? It's an important aspect in as far as SPSS is concerned, how to categorize the data. Okay. Now so far we have entered 3 variables now. One is a score, another is gender, and then we have score code. sometimes we forget to enter. Let's say there are 50 variables in your data and you entered all the 50, but later on you realize that I forget to enter one of the variable. No problem. Let's say that variable is to be inserted between gender and score, like age. So you place your cursor at this and variable will be inserted always on the left hand side, just like in Excel. So right click and here write insert variable. Now one variable gets inserted, you go here, change its name to age and then start with the age data. So this is how you can enter the different kind of variables if you miss something. Similarly for column wise, let's say something is missing here. I want to, so here is insert case. So one case will be inserted wherever you put your cursor above that row, just like in Excel. So if you don't require this, you mark this and press cut. So it will be out of. Similarly, if you don't require this variable, press delete. So it will be out of the picture. So this is how you can manipulate some of the, either you want to enter rows or columns. Okay. I hope you are understanding. So now coming back to the variable view, see there are different types of data. Let's say if you look at the different types of data, so far we have entered all numeric variables and later on here we have given values for categorical data. Remember, values are to be given only for categorical data, not for measurement data. There is no idea of giving value, what is this 12 stands for, what is 33 stands for, there is no idea. But values can be given only that 1 is male, 2 is female. Similarly, what is 1, 2 and 3 here, different categories. So that means values has to be given only for categorical data, not for measurement data. Okay, now coming back to this place, let's look at the different types of data. It's not necessary that you can only enter numeric data. Can we use board also? No.
Yes.
It will come through? Okay. See, this is a numeric data, you know how to enter. Then there is an option like comma option. What do you mean by comma option? Sometimes what happens, you want to generate reports for salaries. Let's say salaries is 30,449, 39,360, then 40,440, something like this. And with after every 2 you want to assign comma so that readability will improve. So just 2 minutes explain karna, just for 2 minutes only. So if you see, they can see that also, no? Both these they can see? Yes. They cannot see that this time. Okay, so that means if you start assigning this comma, so you fix the width at 2 from there. There is a width you can see. You choose this option, which is 2. If I choose this option comma and fix the width here 2, then after every 2 it will start. From the left hand side to the right hand side, it will start assigning comma. Now, why I am discussing, because that's it. Now you focus here on. Because sometimes what happens, if you assign comma yourself, then SPSS will understand that this is not a numeric variable. This is a string variable. And it is not going to compute the totals or averages. It is not going to compute, because if you put comma yourself, it will be treated as a string variable. It won't be a numeric variable. So better is to use this option for generating reports, etc. Right? Similarly, there is a after comma, there is a dot. What do you mean by dot? In many of the countries, rather than putting comma, they put dot. If you go to particularly European countries, they write 30 dot, 44 dot, something like that. Dot doesn't mean decimal. Decimal always comes in the center, like 3.9. So point comes in the center. But here dot means comma basically. So either you can use comma option or you can use dot option. Then there is a scientific notation. What is that scientific notation? For example, 100. Now, 100 can be written as 10 raised to power 2. And in scientific language, we can write this 10 raised to power 2 as E02, capital E02. Let me show it to you. Suppose I change every figure here into scientific. Score I convert into scientific. Press OK. Now you can see everything gets converted into E. but the meaning is the same. For example, this represents 12, this represents 33, and so on. Right? So there is meaning will not change. Data will be same. Most of the engineers, they want results in terms of scientific notation. So let me come back to the numeric. Okay. So all these options are available: numeric, comma, dot, scientific. Then there is a date option, because sometimes we need to enter date. Okay. Now you see, then there is a date option, and there are different formats for date. Different formats for date, because many countries they are using different type of formats. If you go to US, they are writing month first, then day and year, like month, day and year. And if we are in India, we write day first, month and year. So whatever format you choose the format. For example, today is 16th of June. So if I choose this format, what I need to enter? I simply need to enter 16, then mm means 06, and YYY means 2016. Now you will not have to put dot yourself, because once you choose this format, dot will be taken care of by SPSS. This is according to the format of the date. And if you substitute the dot yourself, then it will be treated as a comma then, or you will be in trouble. So make the correct format and then start entering your data. So after the date, then there is a dollar, because everything gets converted into dollar these days. So dollar is a standard. So if I choose this option, with every figure dollar sign gets attached. For example, if I choose this for, let's say OK, and now you can see with every figure dollar sign gets attached. This is not very useful command in SPSS. So I'll just change back to this to normal, numeric again. Now it's numeric. Then next type is what is called custom currency, is hardly used in SPSS. Then there is a string. String means if I want to enter address, date, etc. Sorry, not date, address or name, etc. Then this is counted as a string variable, or maybe employee code EMP01, EMP02, and so on. So if you have alphanumeric type of figure, I mean alphabetical also and numericals also, or so you can, that is counted as a string variable. So all these options are available in SPSS. And then if you see after the type, there is a width. The width of a numeric variable is always 8, and that of a string variable is always 4. But you can always increase or decrease, as I mentioned. Similarly, decimals can be increased or decreased. Now next is a label. Now if you send me this file, let's say you save this file. How to save the file? Go to file, go to save as, wherever you want. Let's say I want to save this on desktop. Give the name here, and then just press save. That file gets saved, and by default your name will be having extension as SAV. Just like we have extension for Excel file, we have extension for Word file. The extension of SPSS file is SAV, right? This is how you can save the file. Okay. All right. Now coming back to the variable view, if you send me this file, later on, I don't know whether it is a score of the students or it is a score of the physics or chemistry or mathematics. I don't have any idea. You haven't written. But if you go to the label, you can give the complete label for this score. Let's say these are the scores of the students. So I can write that this is referring to scores of the students. Here you can write even 3-4 lines together, right, to describe your variable completely, that this stands for this stands for this, so that readability will improve and anybody can see that this variable is referring to this. Here maybe you can write marks of physics or marks of chemistry, whatever it is. Okay. Now if you go to the variable view, nothing will happen to the, but when output will appear against this variable score, it will be written that this is referring to as the scores of the students. So readability will improve. That is the only idea. Okay. Next is a missing. Now missing means there are two types of missing values. One is which is not available. Let's say somebody fill up the proforma and it is leaving 1 or 2 questions as blank, so that means it is not available. Another is which is not applicable. Sometimes let's say there is a first question is a person is having primary infection. Answer is either yes or no. and second question is a person is having secondary infection. Now, if the answer to the first question is no, then second question becomes not applicable, because if there is no primary infection, there is no question of secondary infection. So if you want to distinguish between the two, which is not available and which is, let's say, not applicable, then you can define under missing. Similarly, let's say male and female, right? Let's say I have a male, one as male, female as two as female, one as male, two as female. Let's say there are some hospitals records available to you where the gender is not mentioned, but this is important variable for you. Let's say out of 100 values, in 3 or 4 values, the gender is not mentioned. Then you can choose a separate code and treat this as missing. You can code like 3. So if you choose this as code 3, you can go to missing and write this as 3. If I write down 3, if wherever the 3 will appear, SPSS will not evaluate that particular part, because this will be called a system missing. It will only give you the results for 1 and 2. Otherwise, if you write down 3, it will also count how many 1s there, how many 2s there, how many 3s there, which you don't require basically. So that is the meaning of this missing. Okay. Next is a column. Column is just a column width, and next is alignment. If you see the file, every number is always aligned on the right hand side, and you can make this alignment to be center or left. So you can choose from here, either left, just like we choose any in the Word file, we want in the center, left or right. Okay. Now I'm coming to very important aspect. For example, measure. That's why I discuss right in the beginning about different kind of scales. Now score. If you remember, score of the students, I discussed also 90 marks students is scoring, 30 marks the student is scoring. So that means this type of data will belong to the interval scale. And if you have a interval scale or ratio scale, both are covered under scale. There is no interval and ratio. Both are covered under this scale. So first variable is rightly placed under scale because it's an interval variable. Now let's look at next is a gender. If you see, next is a gender category. Now obviously gender category will go to which type of scale? It will go to the nominal scale, because both the categories are having equal weightage. So it will go to the nominal. The next is, if you see, score code, less than or equal to 30 as 1, 30 to 60 as 2, and more than 60 as 3. So obviously they are in terms of categories, and these categories can be ordered. So obviously this will go to the ordinal scale. This is very important to specify what is our measure in SPSS. What happens if I am not specifying? Earlier all were treated as under scale. Even gender variable was treated as under scale, right? Now if gender is under scale, and if you give the command, let's say for computing mean and SD, it will compute even for gender variable and give you answer like 1.5, 1.6, depending upon how many 1s and how many 2s are there, and you will be very happy that I am getting the answer. You will get output. But now if you specify a proper scale like nominal or ordinal, if you try to compute mean and SD for these type of variables, SPSS immediately give you a warning. Look, this is a categorical variable, you cannot compute mean and SD for this. That is the advantage of specifying these measures. Alright, this is all about how to enter the data in SPSS and how to categorize the data in SPSS. And sometimes what happens, we want to make certain transformations like log transformations or inverse transformation or exponential transformations. So all the transformations are also possible in SPSS. Let's say I want to compute log of this value, maybe log to the base 10. So what I'll do, I'll go to transform, then compute variable, and in compute variable, you see options are here. Log is a arithmetic transformation, so I'll click on to arithmetic. All the arithmetic operations are appearing here. Now you can see how many windows SPSS have opened. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this middle one is also 5, right? So many SPSS windows are there, but every window has some function. For example, let's say I want to compute log to the base 10. Click on to log to the base 10 and shift. So here you will get the description what this log to the base 10 will do. it will return the number of log to the base 10 and then shift to this side. Now it is asking log to the base 10 of which number, which variable, score variable. Take the score to this side. And now it says log to the 10 of score, and write this as target variable. Target variable, you can write this as, let's say, log, then underscore of score. All right. So now OK is appearing. If you don't specify the target variable, OK will not appear. Remember. And then press OK, and then you go to the data and you can see the result. That log of 12 is 1.08, log to the base 10 of 33 is 1.52. So everything gets converted into log. Similarly, you can make other transformations. All the transformations are available here, like under compute, arithmetic. Let's say I want to compute cosine, tangent inverse, sine inverse, gamma, and ABS means absolute value. So all these transformations are available here. Sine, square root transformation, trigonometrical transformations, all they are there. All right. So this is how you can transform your data. Now if you don't require any variable, for example, I don't require log score. So press this log score, press cut or delete, so it will go out of the picture. Okay. Now sometimes our analysis, we want to do analysis only for, let's say, male data or only for female data. Suppose I want to perform analysis for female data. I want to choose any one of these categories. So what you can do, you go to data and there is the option. Option is like select cases. You go to select cases and use this condition which is called if condition, and use this if. Let's say gender, if gender is equal to, let's say 2 means female, and press continue, and then press OK. Now you go back to the data, and what you will see, that wherever 2 is there, it is retained, and wherever 1 is there, it is just struck off. Can you see the struck off? And here there is a filter. You can see with the help of filter also. 1 means it is selected, 0 means not selected. Right? If you see, 0 means not selected, 1 means selected. Sorry, 0 means here, yes, 0 means not selected and 1 means selected. All right. So now if I carry out the analysis for this data, right, so analysis will be carried out only for female data because male data is struck off. There is no need to make 2 different files, for one for male and other for female. If you are using Excel, unless you use filters, you have to make 2 separate files, one for male, another one for female. But that is not the requirement in SPSS. Now, how this help actually? For example, there are 20,000 patients and they are suffering from 10 different diseases. Somebody is having hypertension, somebody is having joint pain, somebody is having cardiovascular disease, right? So you write down the code you write down, simply choose 10 codes, 1, 2, 3, 4, and go to the values. Write down 1 as diabetes, 2 as hypertension, 3 as cardiovascular disease, and so on. Right? You can have 10 codes. Let's say my analysis, I want to perform analysis for code number 3, which is cardiovascular disease. So what I'll do, I'll go to data, I'll go to again select cases and change this if condition that this is equal to 3. So only that cardiovascular category will be selected and rest of them will be not selected. Similarly, you have an option. You can even select 2 categories together. For example, gender number 2 and gender number 1 also. If you want to do, you put or again press this gender and take this to the side. Gender is equal to, let's say 1. Now since we have only 1 and 2, so every data will get selected. If I press continue, you can go back to the data and see every figure gets selected. 1, 1 means selected because we have selected both. But if you have 3, 4 categories, sometimes you can use this option for selecting any 2 categories or any 3 categories. That will solve your problem. Okay. Then I don't require this variable. So this is how you can. Now sometimes we want a separate analysis for male and separate analysis for female. Separate analysis for male and separate analysis for female. Now if you see the right hand corner, there is a split file on here. That means your split file option is still on. So you have to make this off. What you can do, go to data again, go to split file, and just write down analyze all cases. Analyze all cases. And now you can see the split file option is not on. It's off. All the cases have been selected again. Sometimes you want a separate analysis for male and female, but at the same time, then there is an option which is called data, and here is the option like split file. Use this option split file. So if I split the file, now it is asking organize output by what? You can specify your variable. Let's say organize output by gender. Specify gender here. Or if you want your output to be in terms of score code, you can specify score code here. Whatever. Press OK. And now you can see, go to the data view. Your split file is on. Just see the right extreme lower side. Split file is on. Now if you perform analysis on this data, it will be two types of analysis will be generated. One for male separately, another for female, because your file is split according to gender. That is this idea. So I discussed some of the technicalities which are involved, how to enter the data in SPSS. Now finally I'll show you how to import the data from some other file like Excel. Okay, now let me just close this file. Close this file output, and I'll show you how to import the data, let's say from Excel file. So let me see, is there any Excel file here? Yeah, there is one Excel file here, this one, test one. So I'll show you the file first. So this is an Excel file. I'll import this file into SPSS. See how many observations are there. If you see the number, there are 71 number here, but the observations will be 70. Why? Because the first is age, sorry, first is a variable name, mutation, age, locality, sex. Now please remember, whenever we want to operate or whenever we want to import any file into SPSS from Excel, three things you have to remember. Number one, if you want to generate a file in Excel which you want to import into SPSS, write down your variable name in small letters. Write down this variable name in small letters, because most of the SPSS versions they accept small letters. Although 15, 16, 17 onward version they are also accepting capital letters. But let's say you save your file in version number 19 and you take this file where the version 13 is available, then you will be in trouble. So it's better to use the small letters for variable name. Number one. Number two, always make it a habit to write down the small letter, that is number one, and variable name should not be more than 8 characters, because by default, if you see, I have explained, the width of a numeric variable of a name is always 8, right? So try to make it a short name, and later on in under this label you can expand that what this variable stands for. So that is the second. So third is no special characters are allowed, like ampersand sign or percentage or dash, etc., or even blank space. They are not allowed for any variable name. Now in SPSS you can, in Excel you can generate different sheets. For example, this is sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. Similarly, additional sheets can be generated. But SPSS is going to import only one sheet at a time. Only one sheet at a time. Now if you open any Excel file, generally there are 3 options. Sheet 1, then sheet 2, sheet 3. And you can add on to additional worksheets, right? But since data in our data is only in one sheet, so I'll import this data into SPSS. To import the data into SPSS, just close this file, and there are 70 observations. Close this file. Just remember the path. It is on desktop. If it is on your pen drive, you can remember that. Now I'll import. Again, open SPSS. If you open SPSS, just press cancel here. So this is again you are coming back to SPSS. Now what do you have to do to import that file into SPSS? Go to file, go to open, that is a data file, go to data, and then you specify where the file was. It was on the desktop, so click on to desktop. Now that file which was named as test1 is not appearing here because it is showing only those files and folders which are saved in SPSS, because by default its extension is saved. Now you can change the file type. Your file type is Excel, and if you see, if you change the file type, this is the file which is appearing here, test1. So click on to this, that name will appear here, and simply press OK. And if you press OK, it will ask you one question, and the question is here: read variable name from the first row of the data. If you recall what was there in Excel file in the first row of the data, that was the variable name: mutation, age, locality, gender, etc. So by default this option is on, and as Excel was showing you 3 sheets, these are the 3 sheets, 1, 2, 3, but data is only in 1 sheet. If let's say data is in sheet number 2, you can scroll on to this. If it is 3, you can scroll on to this. But since there is only 1 sheet, right? Now what happens if you simply enter the data in Excel without any name? SPSS will still import that, but give the variable name itself. Variable 401, variable 402, and so on. Now you want to import the variable name along with the file. So just press continue because this default option is there. Read variable name from the first row of the data. Press continue. And if you press continue, you can see the entire file is in SPSS. Mutation, age, locality, sex, religion. And how many observations were there? 70. You can see all the 70 observations to be here. Right? So this is how you can import the file from Excel to SPSS. Okay. So with this background, let me do some analysis now. I hope you understand some basics of SPSS, how to enter the data into SPSS, how to import Excel file into SPSS, and how to give labels to different variables, how to categorize variable, how to transform variables. So all this is some of the basics of SPSS. Now I'll go for some analysis. Okay. Already I have generated some SPSS file, and I'll open the file one by one and show the result to you, how you can analyze data. Let me open this file, which is related to age and sex. So this is the file here. We have an age variable, we have a gender variable like sex, we have an age code. Now if you see age code, you can easily see what is 1 and what is 2. 1 is for male and 2 is for female. Similarly, age code means age has been divided into certain codes. What are these codes? Those people who are having age between 10 to 19, they are given code number 1. 20 to 29, code number 2. 60 to 69, code number 6. Age has been divided into 6 codes basically. Press OK. So that is OK. So now you come to the data view. Let's do some analysis. Simple analysis is to count how many males are there and how many people belong to each age code category. So you go to analyze, go to descriptive statistics, go to frequencies, because frequencies we need to compute for categorical variable. And how many categorical variable are there? Gender and age code. This is not a categorical variable, this is a measurement variable. So now you are displaying a frequency table. Frequency table you require only for sex as well as age code. Alright. Now what happens if I take this age to this side? So it will generate very big table. It will count how many times 18 is appearing, how many times 22 is appearing, how many times 24 is appearing, which makes no sense basically. So now display the frequency table. Here is the answer. 169 observations in total. SPSS is showing. And how many males are there? 91. How many females? 78. And this is the percentage. 53.8, 46.2% females. And there are two percentages. One is percent, another is valid percent. Now here you can see This is for age code. 10 to 19, 20 to 29. That means the maximum dominant category is 20 to 29. There are 66 persons in this age group. Next dominant is 47, 30 to 39, and so on. Right? As I mentioned that there are two types of percentage. One is called the percentage, another is called the valid percentage. Now if there is no missing value, since in our data there is no missing value, so percent and valid percent, they will be same because there is no missing value. But if you have certain missing values in your data, then
excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, this slide is not visible to us, sir.
Slide is not visible?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Please zoom, sir, please.
इसको zoom तो view customize like output large buttons. Let me see, slightly change, huh? Which one? इसमें ऑप्शन नहीं है इसको इंक्रीज करने का. Outline size small, medium. Maybe I can use large. This is coming, right? Then okay, let me mark this view. Output size large, but it is changing only this. Huh? Large ही था. Then what? Nothing can be done. Then what we can say? Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'll continue. Now you can see there are two types of percentage here. Percent and valid percent. Why percent and valid percent they are same? Because there is no missing value. If there are one or two missing values, then this valid percent will change, and it's better to take valid percent because total will not add up to 100%. Total may, let's say out of 100, if two values are missing, then total will come out to be 98%. So in that case, you always use valid percentage rather than the actual percentage. And if there is no missing value, you can, both of them are going to be same. And here you can see the cumulative table. Cumulative means if somebody asks you how many people are there whose age is less than or equal to 39. So look at the cumulative. That means 69.2. 69.2% people are having age less than or equal to 39. Similarly, somebody asks you how many people are there whose age is less than or equal to 59. You can see the cumulative. Almost 97.6% of the people are having age less than or equal to 59. And if somebody asks you what is the percentage of the people between 40 to 49, just look at this percentage. Between 40 to 49, 21.3%. So you can answer so many questions from here. So this is a simple frequency table, right? Now let's go for some other type of analysis. Let me increase the font if it is possible. From here, view, fonts, bold, and let me make it 20. Okay, can you see the data now clearly? All right. Okay. Let me do some other type of analysis. This is a simple frequency. Let's do analysis for age data. Go to analysis, and in analysis, go to again descriptive, again go to frequency. Now take this variable to this side, take this variable to this side, and take age within this. Now for age data, I don't require to display the frequency table. So switch off this option, and SPSS will give you a warning also that you are switching off this option. Here is the warning that you have turned off the output for age data. Not output, basically frequency table, because we don't require. So press OK, it's OK. Now what do you want to do for age data? Let's say go to statistics, and I want to compute mean, median, mod, quartiles. Let's say you can compute different percentiles also. Let's say I want to compute 23rd percentile of the data. Let's say I want to compute 73rd percentile of the data, or maybe 95th percentile of the data. So you can compute as many percentiles as you can. Similarly, you can compute standard deviation, minimum value, maximum value, skewness, kurtosis, variance, range. All this can be computed. Right? Press OK. Again press OK. And here is the output. That output you can see. Can we increase the font of this? Just see. Option, there is no option to increase the font. Anyhow, so if you are able to see, because there is no option to increase the font, there are 169 observations. This is the mean value, 34.30. That means mean age is 34.30. Median is 31, mod is 26, standard deviation is 10. And if you square the standard deviation, you will get variance. Right? And then there is a skewness. Now value of the skewness is coming out to be 0.698. If the value of the skewness, this is your coefficient beta 1. If this beta 1 is greater than 0, in this case it is greater than 0, that means your data is positively skewed. But since it is close to 0, 0.698 is close to 0, that means it is slightly positively skewed. If this would have been negative, then negatively skewed. This would have been 0, no skewness, it is symmetrical. Similarly, kurtosis interpretation. Kurtosis is coming out to be negative. Negative means your curve is flatter than the normal curve. If this skewness is positive, then your curve is having high peak rather than the flatter peak. And this value is again close to 0, so that means although it's almost normal, but slightly below the normal because it is flatter since its value is negative. And then range, you can see minimum value, maximum value present in the data, and these are percentiles. Now what do you mean by percentiles basically? For example, 50th percentile. 50th percentile is nothing but half of the data. Half of the data means median. So 50th percentile is 31, and you can see median is also 31. They should match with each other. And what is this 25th percentile? 25th percentile is nothing but first quartile, and this is 26. Third quartile, which is 75th percentile, 42. Now what does 95th percentile is 53. What does this mean? See, there is a difference between percentage and percentile. Percentage is out of 100. Percentile always give you a cutoff point. For example, cutoff point for 95th percentile is 53. This means only 5% of the people in your age group are having age more than 53. Only 5%. So if there are 100 people, there will be 5 people. If there are 200 in your observation, there will be 10 people. And if there are 1000 observation, there will be 50 people above the age of 53. So it will give you a cutoff point. That is the idea of computing percentile. And all the CAT scores and other scores, most of the time, they are in terms of percentiles, not in terms of percentage. So that is the this is our output. Okay. Is it coming through now? Okay. So I have explained you some basics of SPSS. Now sometimes we want to perform some other kind of analysis, but on male and female data simultaneously. If you want to perform male and female data simultaneous analysis, you go to analysis and then go to descriptive statistics, go to explore. Go to explore. Explore means analysis will be done for the main variable, which is called dependent variable like age, but it will be exploring different categories like sex category or age code category. So let's do the age code wise analysis. Now it is asking for which variable you want to do the analysis. For age. Factor list. According to which factor list? Let's say gender as well as age code. Now there are two options here. One is, if you want to simply compute statistics, you can click onto this. If you only want plot, you can click onto this. But we want both of them. So by default, option will be for both. and simply press OK. And here is the analysis. See, first analysis is for male. Same analysis, mean, what is the mean age of male, then variance, standard deviation, skewness, kurtosis, and after that it is for female. Which command we have used? Explore command. So we make use of the explore command. So you get this output. Similarly, this is called stem and leaf diagram. Stem and leaf diagram is nothing but extended version of histogram. The problem with the histogram is that in histogram, if you have class intervals, let's say 30 to 40, whether there is observation number 31 or there is 39, they are clubbed into same class. But that problem is taken care of by another graph which is called stem and leaf diagram, in which each and every figure counts. That's why this how to read this. Basically, there is for every figure. For example, let's say figure is 20. This in 20 there are 2 and 0. This 2 is called stem and 0 is called leaf. For example, for this data, 2 is fixed, then there is a observation 20, then 21, 22, 22, 22. So all these 2, because stem is fixed, first word is stem, rest of them are leaves. So this is how it is expanded actually. So more the leaves will be there for a particular stem, more it will stretch. And if you have draw a graph, it will be just inverted. Then invert this to 90 degree, it will just give you a histogram. So, but histogram is having less representation in terms of each and every figure, but this is having more representation. Although both of them will give you the same picture. So stem and leaf diagram. But this is the most important graph, which is generally used for comparison, and male and female graph. This type of is called box and whisker plot. What is a box and whisker plot? First of all, we draw a box. Box is to be drawn between the first quartile of the data, that means 25th percentile, and the third quartile of the data, which is the upper end of this box. So this is corresponding to your Q3, 75th percentile. This is corresponding to 25th percentile or first quartile. You plot this, you have a box in between Q1 and Q3, and this line denotes the median line. So if you compare male and female, this is male, this is female, so there is hardly any difference between the medians of male and female, right? So male and females, they almost have the same median. And then there is a whisker. Whisker means the lowest value present in the data is this, and the highest value present in the data. Then it will draw a whisker from the middle end of this box to the highest value present, and also to the lower end to the lowest value present in the data. And this type of picture is called box plot. So this is a box plot for male and female. Similarly, we have for each age code category, because we have explored many categories. So this was the analysis for 10 to age 19 age group. This was 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, and all this. And here is the box plot of each age group. So let me just, if you want to do any type of modification in your chart, you double click this. If you double click, you will come to what is called chart editor, and then mark here, right, and go to bar options. You can increase the width of this bar, and now you can see the clear picture for again this. Now what happens? This is age group 20 to 29, and this is the box plot for this age group. And here the median line is towards Q3, not towards Q1. If the median line is towards Q3, or what you can say, the area on the lower side of the box is more as compared to the area of the upper box. This is upper box, right? Then we say that data is negatively skewed. So this is a negatively skewed picture. While age group 30 to 39, median line is towards Q1, so it is positively skewed. What about 40 to 49? This is almost in the center. Median line is almost in the center, that means it is symmetrical. So piecewise information you can collect. For 20 to 29, it's negatively skewed. 30 to 39, positively skewed. 40 to 49, symmetrical. And similarly you can compare others. So that is the advantage of box plot. So with this basic background, let me come to, somebody was saying that we need to cover correlation and regression. So I'll cover simple regression as well as multiple regression and including correlation. So let me open one of the file of correlation and also the multiple regression and simple regression. Okay, let's say this is the data. The experiment is like this. There is a psychologist who was having two types of instrument. One instrument they are measuring for IQ1. So with the first instrument he has measured, which is labeled as IQ1, and with the second instrument IQ2. So these are Y and X values. So if these instruments are giving almost the same value, that means there must be a good correlation between Y and X. To see the correlation between Y and X, we always first of all draw the scatter diagram. So look at the scatter diagram, go to graph, go to legacy dialog, and there is an option for scatter plot. Simple plot, define. So your Y axis is IQ1, X axis is IQ2. Press OK. And now this is the diagram of dots. Now with the help of diagram of dots, you will come to know whether the correlation is positive or negative. So if you see, if I draw a line from here, most of the points they are along a straight line, right? And it is an increasing trend. And some of the points are slightly far away also. That means not a very good correlation, but still correlation is there because there is an increasing trend. So scatter diagram will only show you whether your correlation is positive, negative, or no correlation. So what I can say that there is a positive type of correlation. To look at the exact amount of correlation, I need to go back to the data and then go to analysis, go to correlate, go to bivariate, and this IQ1, IQ2, and then compute this what is called Karl-Pearson's correlation coefficient. Let me just tell you, you can compute Karl-Pearson's correlation coefficient only if Y and X they are measurable quantities, they are measurements. This IQ is a measurement. Similarly, correlation between height and weight, correlation between age and blood pressure. But if there is a correlation of two categorical variable, they cannot be computed with the help of Karl-Pearson correlation coefficient. So you will get three values. One value will be small r, another value will be for p value, and third value will be how many number of observations you have used. So since you can see we have 44 observations, and if you click onto this, you will get three values here. Correlation of IQ1 with IQ1 will always be 1, but that is not our interest. Let me just expand this. Correlation of IQ1 with IQ1 will be 1. So all diagonal entries are giving the correlation of the same variable with the same variable. They will be 1. That is not our interest. Our interest is to see the correlation between IQ1 and IQ2. And now it is coming out to be 0.670. I mean moderate type of correlation, but this is a p-value. Remember, if your p-value is less than 0.05, the result is significant. That means Y and X, or IQ1 and IQ2, they are significantly correlated with each other. So what I can say, that X and Y, they are significantly correlated with each other. And next is the number of observations. And this is going to be a symmetric matrix. 0.670 here, 0.670. So you need to see any one of this, either this part or this part. You will get the same result. Hopefully you understand how to compute correlation. And if your data is in the form of a ranking, let's say Y variable is ranked, suppose this is ranked, say score between intelligence and beauty. Now beauty you have one variable, intelligence you have one variable, but these variables can be arranged in order from the lowest to the highest, and they can be ranked. So if there is a ranking kind of variable, you can go for Spearman's rank correlation, right? So this is a simple correlation, how to compute. Now let's come to simple regression also. What do you mean by regression? Regression is basically used for prediction. Suppose I want to compute the value of Y. If somebody says that this is the value of X, let's say for some values of X, for 44 values of X, different values of Y are given. like 114, 68. Let's say, suppose your x value is 72. What could be the possible value of y? That is not here. So how to compute that? If you are given some value of x, what is the value of y? For that purpose, we use what is called regression. Remember, regression is always used for prediction. Correlation is never used for prediction. It is just one part of prediction, right? So how to perform regression? You go to analysis, go to regression, go to again linear. Let's say this is a dependent variable, and then go to take this independent variable here, and simply press OK. And here you have the regression equation. So this is the value of R. You have already seen that the correlation between IQ1 and IQ2 is 0.670. So that is the value here. Forget about R square for the time being. This makes sense only in multiple regression, not in simple regression. What is a simple regression? Simple regression is if you are having two variables y and x, and you want to predict y based on x or x based on y, then this is called simple regression. So R is to be taken care of if you are using a simple regression, not R square. Then this ANOVA table value must be significant. ANOVA table value must be significant. This is very important. So three things you have to see. Number one, value of R must be high. It should be significant. ANOVA table value must be significant. And the third value, which is here, this coefficient, last one, this must be significant. And it is this value is coming out to be 0.000. That means this is also significant. So all the three are intact. So your equation is going to be y is equal to 19.844 plus 0.754 into IQ2 basically. So can I use the blackboard? Yes. Okay. So from this output, what I can say that IQ1, there are two variables. One is this IQ1, x is your IQ2, and I want to predict this y based on this x. So this is the regression equation, y is equal to a plus bx, and analysis have been carried out. So this y is your IQ1, this is equal to, now if you see the last table, then constant, this is the value of the constant, which is given to be 19.844 plus, then there is b is the next one, 0.754, and this is IQ2. This is a multiply sign here. All right. Now what I can do, you give any value to IQ2, you can estimate IQ1. That is the idea of regression. You are watching television, there is next day's forecast, they are all based on regression techniques. But that is not a simple regression. Other regression techniques are used. So if you are dealing only with two variables like y and x, you go for simple regression. Now I'll come to the multiple regression part also. Before coming to the multiple regression, this type of line is called regression equation of y on x. Regression equation of y on x, right? That means y on x means you can predict y for any given value of x. All right. Now sometimes in this problem you have to be careful which one is dependent, which one is independent. For example, let's say you have two variables, age as well as blood pressure. So here blood pressure is going to be dependent, not the age, because blood pressure may depend upon age, but age will not depend upon blood pressure, right? So you have to be careful which variable will be dependent, which variable will be independent. Of course, sometimes you can reverse the equation also. Let's say height and weight. If height is increasing, weight will also increase, and other way around also. If weight will increase, you can also expect that height will increase, provided the person is below the age of 20. Otherwise, after the age of 26 or 27, weight might increase but not the height. So you have to be careful which type of data you are dealing with. Okay. So this is called simple regression. Now you can draw the regression line also. How to draw this regression line which I have here? You come to the scatter plot. You come to the scatter plot and double click this. You will come to chart editor. Now you mark your cursor at any point. All the points will get marked. Then you right click and then there is an option, add fit line at total. Add fit line at total. And this is the regression line. So basically this is the regression line which I was showing you on a board. This line is crossing through the maximum number of points. Mathematically correct. There is no other line. If I ask you to draw a line which is crossing through the maximum number of points, you can draw hundreds of lines. But this line is the best line. No other line can beat this because this is based on a principle which is called principle of least squares. Principle of least squares, which is computed by minimizing the error sum of squares. So that is the idea. So this is the regression line, and now I'll come to the multiple regression part. What is a multiple regression? See, in multiple regression you have one dependent variable and number of independent variables. If you have one dependent, one independent, this is called simple regression. So let me come to multiple regression also. Now I'm discussing a very important point. Please be attentive. Let's say this y IQ is a dependent variable and it depends upon, let's say, mental age, it depends upon anxiety, it depends upon depression score, stress, communication score, convolution score. It depends upon so many independent variables. So there is one dependent variable. It depends upon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 independent variables. Question is, can I predict IQ based on all these variables together? For this purpose, I'll apply multiple regression. Now try to understand the difference between simple regression and multiple. In simple we have two variables, in multiple we have more than two variables. So basically this variable will be called x1, this is called x2, this is called x3, x4, x5, x6. So there are 6 predictors and one dependent. Dependent is IQ. You can call that as y. So y depends upon x1, x2 and x6. So if I am looking at a relationship of y with all the x together, that means x1 to right up to x6, then one coefficient is computed, that is called R square. And R square is known as multiple correlation coefficient. What is this multiple correlation coefficient? It will give you the relationship between dependent and set of independent variables. That's why it is called multiple regression. So I'll go through the multiple regression. Now 2 important questions are there. Number 1, can I predict IQ based on all the 6 variables? And it is also possible that all the 6 variables may not be important to predict IQ. Maybe only 2 or 3 or 4 are important, right? So I'll check both of them. And if I want to see how many variables are important to predict IQ, I have to go one step ahead, and that is called stepwise regression. Stepwise multiple regression. So first of all, I'll go for a simple, using simple method. So go to regression, again go to linear. What is your dependent variable? IQ. And all they are independent variable. Just press Ctrl A and shift all of them to this side. Okay. Now if there are methods here, if you use enter method, enter method will take care of each and every predictor. Let me first of all show you the result of the enter method. Press OK. This is the result of the enter method. See, we are using enter method, and now don't look at the value of R. Always in multiple regression look at the value of R square. What is the value of R square here? 0.996. And adjusted, this is also important, adjusted R square. Adjusted R square value is coming out to be 0.994. If your model is good, there should not be much difference between R square and adjusted R square. Right? Please remember, if your model is good, there should not be much difference between R square and adjusted R square. What is the difference? Let me tell you. See, I have a 6 predictors. Suppose I include the 7th predictor also, 8th one also, 9th one also. Value of R square will go on increasing. But adjusted R square will only increase if it is making a significant contribution to predict Y or IQ. Right? If it is not making significant contribution, then only R square will increase, but adjusted R square will remain same. That's the difference between R square and adjusted R square. So what I'm trying to say, that if there is a big difference between R square and adjusted R square, then your model is not good. Even if your R square value may be 0.9, but adjusted R square is 0.7, model is not good, because there is a big difference between R square and adjusted R square. Remember this thing. Another table is ANOVA table value must be significant. It is coming out to be here. P value is less than 0.05. And then important part here is all these T values must be significant. Let's see. Look at the mental age and its P value. This is 0.000. That means it is significant. Okay. Anxiety. Again it is 0.000. It is also significant. Look at depression score. Depression score is 0.033. And 0.033 is less than 0.05 still. So it is again significant. But what about the next value? Stress. 0.812, which is more than 0.05. So non-significant. Convolution score, communication score, non-significant. Convolution score, non-significant. So all these 3 values are non-significant. Only 3 values are significant. That means they are just burden on your model. So unnecessarily, why we are including these 3 values which are not making any significant contribution to predict IQ? They should be out of the model, because their contribution is non-significant. And that means I can go one step ahead. How to go one step ahead? Go for stepwise regression. So go to SPSS again. This is your data. Go to analysis. Go to regression. Again go to linear and change this method. There are many methods here. One is stepwise, then remove method, forward, backward, and so on. Let me tell you, out of all these methods, forward method is better. So if you apply forward method, you will get although backward will also give you same results, stepwise will also give you same results, but sometimes when you are dealing with very large data sets, forward method is having more efficiency as compared to the other methods. Press OK, and now you can see the final output. And in order also. What is the idea of stepwise? That it will give you an order, that which is most important, which is the next important, which is the next important. So you can see IQ is a dependent variable. Highly it is related with, first of all, anxiety. Next it is related with mental age. Next it is related with depression score. And these are the 3 which were important. The rest of the 3 are out of the picture. They are not included in the analysis. Right? And then there is a model summary. Now there are 3 values of R square. 0.903. What does this mean? This is only, if you see A is written here, A means predictors. Predictors means if you include only anxiety, then your R square will be 0.90. If you include anxiety and mental age, your R square will be jump up to 0.99. But since 3 variables are important, if you include anxiety, mental age and depression, it will jump up to 0.995, almost 100%. Right? So only the third part is important, only this one. These are just steps, because the analysis is carried out in steps. So always report this value of R square. There is no need to report the first 2. Report this one, 0.995, and report this adjusted R square, which is 0.994. And you can see there is hardly any difference between R square and adjusted R square. So model seems to be okay. Same way, there is an ANOVA table. ANOVA table means you will not have to look for the first ANOVA table, not for the second, because you have to look for the third one, where all the 3 variables are required. And this value must be significant, and it is coming out to be significant. And here is the final table. Final table means now 3 variables were important. Let's see why they were important. Anxiety, significant. Mental age, p-value significant, depression score significant, and rest of the other three, they are not, they are excluded. You can see excluded variables, and here is the list of excluded. Stress, look at the significance level, 0.194, non-significant. Similarly, communication score, non-significant. Convolution score, non-significant. So these three have been thrown out of the model. So basically, this is your final model now. From here you can write down the final multiple regression equation. So I'm just showing you how to write down this equation again for multiple regression. How to write down the multiple regression equation after using the forward stepwise method. Let's say IQ is equal to IQ is a dependent variable, and your constant is minus 13.667 plus 0.906 anxiety plus 0.702 mental age plus 4.627 depression score. That means anxiety, mental age and depression score, they are important to predict IQ. Rest of the three variables, they are not important for you. So if you apply this stepwise procedure, only the three variables will be retained in the model and rest of them will be out of the model. That is the importance here. Okay. So this is all about the multiple regression, and somebody was asking me that you have to explain the other type of relationship, like if you have, let me see, some other type of relationship. Okay. So I have explained you simple and multiple regression. Let's say it's not necessary that your data is always going to be linearity or there it is satisfying certain assumptions. Sometimes the data may not be. For example, if I plot this advertisement and sale, let's say how much the people spend on advertisement and how the sale is being increased. So if I plot this, go to analysis and then go to, let's say, sorry, not analysis, go to graphs. First of all, let's look at the graph. Scatter plot. Let's say advertisement on x-axis and sale on y-axis, and plot this. So this is the graph. Now if you look at this graph, this doesn't seem to be linear. It doesn't seem to be linear graph. All right. If it is not linear, what kind of analysis you can do? What kind of prediction line you can have? So you can have different type of prediction lines here. So if you double click here and mark any line, if you mark the line and then right click, if you right click, there is an option here, add fit line at total. So if I fit the linear, this is the linear line, right? And linear line is going to give you R square as 0.839. Can you see that? R square as 0.839. But can I improve upon this or not? It's a part of a trend analysis, right? Can I improve upon this or not? This is linear. Let's say rather than going for linear, I go for quadratic. If you go for quadratic, now how much it is increased? Earlier for linear, if you apply linear, this was 0.893. And if you go for quadratic and apply, now your R square is increasing up to 0.90, 0.91. So significant increase you can see in the value of R square. Significant increase in the value of R square. Alright. If I am going for quadratic. Now what do you mean by quadratic actually? Quadratic means I have two variables. Sorry, mathematics is teach like cannot teach mathematics without board. Okay. See, linear trend we were looking at, and the linear trend was showing that the correlation is coming out to be 0.83 something. And here, if I apply the quadratic is coming out to be 0.91. All right. What do you mean by quadratic? See, this was the equation of the linear. This was the equation of the linear. Y is equal to a plus bx. This is a linear. If you apply linear, your r square value was 0.83 something, 839 hopefully. What is a quadratic? Quadratic means you are basically computing this. A is equal to bx plus cx square. A is equal to bx plus cx square. If I do this, your r square value will come out to be basically 0.908. So it has increased. Let's say if I apply cubic, is it increasing further or not? Just 1 minute. There is no need. I'll just come. If I apply cubic, what will happen? I apply cubic. So if you apply cubic, what is the value of r square? So if I apply cubic will be y is equal to a plus bx plus cx square plus dx cube. If you use this equation, your r square is coming out to be 0.909. So there is hardly any difference between this r square and this r square. Then why to unnecessarily include the third degree? There is no need. We don't require this. So if it is not significantly improved, you must stop at this place. So rather than going for linear trend, quadratic trend is better. So this is how you can look at the different kind of trends. So in SPSS, you have a quadratic trend, you have a cubic trend, and if you are using Excel, you can go up to 4th degree, 5th degree, right up to 6th degree. So you can have different kind of trends in that case. Our time is up to 4 o'clock. So just 2 minutes. So anyhow, so just to give you a simple idea, because I have explained you simple regression, then multiple regression, and also how to find out different kind of trend values and how to plot this, right? And equation will be available if you do the analysis. What are these? Where are these equations? Finally, I can show them. Where are all these equations in SPSS? Because I am left with very little time to explain you. Where are these? Go to analysis, then go to regression, and there is a option of curve estimation. You can see curve estimation, and here you can write, let's say your dependent variable is your advertisement. Sorry, sales is dependent variable, advertisement cost is your independent variable. Take this to this side. Now here you can different plots you can go through. For example, quadratic plot, you will get the equation of the quadratic. Then compound plot, growth curve, exponential, S curve, cubic, logarithmic, inverse, power. So many options are available. It is not necessary that every time quadratic trend will be workable. Maybe sometimes cubic, maybe sometimes S curve, sometimes exponential curve, sometimes logarithmic, inverse, power. You have to try these options and see which option is giving you the maximum R square value. So the option which will give you the maximum R square value, that will be retained. For example, if cubic give you maximum R square value, you can retain cubic. But remember, if cubic and quadratic, they are virtually same, it's better to retain quadratic. Don't increase the power unnecessarily. You can go for exponential growth and other type of. So I have given you some idea about trend analysis also, and some part of some part of correlation regression and all basics of SPSS. I think I'll stop here, and if you have any questions, query, I'll be happy to answer your questions and queries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So any query, any question, you are welcome.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Which institution?
Sir, I am from DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology.
Okay, just 1 second. How many participants are present now?
14.
14 participants are sitting right now, sir.
Please go ahead.
Sir, I just want to ask, can we perform stationarity test by using SPSS if the data is for a very longer period of time?
Very good. So please, for that, you see, if you are dealing with the time series data, then stationary test is required. All right.
Yes, sir.
So what I discussed, that was not the time series data. If you are having a time series data, then and only then stationary tests are required. And there are different models like RIMA models, RIMA models. So you have to go for
Yes,
different
sir.
kind of stationary test.
Yes.
But since the time was limited, so you can, if you are having a time series data, like data is related to air pollution or something, which is varies with time, so you can go for the time series and apply all these stationary tests.
We have the options for Phillips Perron or augmented Dickey Filler test in SPSS.
Yeah, I think you have. If you go to analysis, then there is a time series analysis, and under time series, if you see different models, apply models, you see there is a, for example, different kind of models are available. See, this is a stationary test, stationary R-square test.
Okay, sir.
So different test statistics are available. You can go for all these testing part. For time series data.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
One more thing, that can we apply causality test using SPSS like Granger's causality test to establish a causal relationship between any two variables?
Which test you are saying?
Granger's causality test to establish causal relationship between the variables.
See, that is basically a part of structure equation modeling and path analysis.
Yes, sir.
For that you require AMOS.
AMOS.
AMOS you require, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yes, please, any other?
Any other center? Yes, Dronacharya Group of Institution, Gurgaon. Are you present? Dronacharya?
Is it coming through?
Dronacharya Group of Institution, Gurgaon. No one is present? Only 5 members are present? द्रोणाचार्य गुड़गांव के कौन कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं? प्लीज आप बताइए कितने मेंबर? So I could see only 6 people. 6 people. But you are not talking. Why? Okay, then Dronacharya Group of Institution, Noida. So Noida, how many participants?
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Yes, please.
Good evening, sir.
कितने लोग बैठे हैं अभी?
Sir, right now we have 11 people, but for this session we had attendance of around 19 people.
तो अभी 8 लोग कहाँ चले गए?
Sir, वो अभी कॉलेज बस निकली है. तो 4 o'clock निकलती है सर कॉलेज बस.
नहीं पर मैम ऐसा है कि भी आप हमें जेन्युइन जो लोग अभी आपको टोटल कितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं? 19?
Yes sir.
तो जितने जेन्युइन होंगे उतनों ही हम सर्टिफिकेट इशू करेंगे बिकॉज वी हैव बीन टेकिंग अटेंडेंस ड्यूरिंग द लास्ट प्रीवियस डेज. ओके.
Yes sir. Okay. Sir, every day in the evening we are sending you day-wise attendance.
वो तो आप फुल भेजते हो ना, but we have been noticing that many of you are not attending.
Sir, वो हम present absent लगा के भेजते हैं आपको.
अच्छा, any question regarding SPSS software?
No sir, thank you.
Okay. Then Chandigarh University, Ghadua, Institute of Hotel Management.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How many participants are present?
Sir, we have 16 participants present right now.
Okay. Any query regarding SPSS software?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, then another is IEC. 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 So how many participants are present now?
हेलो
हाँ जी
Yes, please.
हाँ जी प्लीज अभी कितने लोग बैठे हैं?
सर 13 सर
तो बाकी लोग कहाँ चले गए? Any query regarding SPSS software?
Any question?
Any question?
नो सर
Okay. Then हाँ जी
Yes, please.
I am from Gate Parampur.
कहाँ से?
Gate Parampur, Odisha. Gandhi Academy.
हाँ जी. How many participants are present now?
Sir, 20 sir.
20. Okay. Any query? Any question?
I have a single query. Sir, is SPSS is a open source software or is a intellectual property right software?
You see, SPSS is not an open source software, but SPSS is a paid software, and there are different modules of SPSS. If you want to look at the basic modules only, that will serve your purpose. That is costing around 1.5 lakh.
Is there any alternate software to SPSS?
Any please
Can you use R, sir? Because there are one open source software available, R, for the statistical analysis.
Yes, I know that. You see, for R you need to learn programming. Without programming, you cannot operate R. So if you have a good hand on programming, there is no need to even go for SPSS. You can use R. So R is an open source, and there are other open source softwares which you don't need to buy, like Prism. If you are using Prism, there is no need to go for even SPSS. But SPSS having certain advantages over other packages, and if you go through the basic modules, so it is not very costly. But if you buy all the modules, then the cost becomes high.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So now we move to TITS Bhivani. TITS Bhivani.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir,
Good
there is a query from our side.
आप पर कितने लोग अभी बैठे हैं? एक सेकेंड.
Sir, there are 9 to 10 participants.
तो अभी बाकी लोग कहाँ चले गए?
Sir, one or two faculties are busy examination duties and 2 or 3 faculties have just gone.
मैम ऐसा है, अभी तो कल एक लास्ट डे रह गया है, पर उसका पर्पस क्या हुआ है? अगर आपके टीचर जो हैं वो एग्जामिनेशन ड्यूटी दे रहे हैं एंड साइमल्टेनियसली दे आर आल्सो अटेंडिंग द कोर्स. चलिए, प्लीज आस्क योर क्वेश्चन.
Yes, please. Any question?
Sir, I want to ask you a question. Sir, I am doing research in experimental design, sir, and I am using Design Expert 7, sir. So, sir, SPSS is better or Design Expert is better, sir? This is my question, sir.
Can you just repeat?
You heard my voice, sir?
Can you just repeat the question?
Sir, Design Expert. Yes, sir. Sir, Design Expert 7 is better than SPSS.
See.
Or SPSS is better than Design
I
Expert
understood your
7 or
question.
9.
Okay. Are you from pharmaceutical
Thank you,
sciences? Are you from pharmaceutical sciences?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let
No,
me.
sir, I am from basic sciences. I am from physics.
See, if you are using Design Expert is a software where you can find different combinations, but it is useful only for the people, those who are into pharmaceutical or basic sciences. But for testing point of view, for the prediction point of view, SPSS is 1,000 times better than Design Expert. Design Expert is covering only one part, which is design, nothing else. Right?
Okay, sir.
SPSS is covering most of the. Yeah.
So any question related to SPSS? Any other center? So thank you, sir, for your.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, for your interaction with the participants on SPSS software, and participants might have been benefited by your input, and if they can practice only then they will be able to learn better. So we look forward to, sir, for having similar association in our future program.
Sure.
So once again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank
you. Friends, we close this particular session, and tomorrow we will again assemble at 9:30. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.